Start this town meeting on September 14th, 2021. Okay, Councilmember Harding, motion is a second.
I'll second. Councilmember Mendoza.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so this meeting is now in order. To start out the meeting, Mr. Baton has an addition that needs to be made to the agenda. That's a time-sensitive matter. So would you like to explain to the council what it is, and then we can take a vote to add it to the agenda?
Yes. At the last meeting, we talked about the additional borrowing for refinancing the current bond on the municipal building. In order to meet the deadline set by the state, we need to introduce this tonight as an emergency ordinance, and then we would be able to have a public hearing on either the 5th or the 12th of October and adopt it on that evening. So you'll still have time to look at it. I know you haven't seen the ordinance. We actually just got it probably about 4 o'clock this afternoon. So I think Mr. Barr is actually putting it into our format, and that's why he's late tonight. But before we introduce it tonight, if you add it to the agenda, you will have copies of, and you will have plenty of time to review it before we actually would take action to adopt it in one of the meetings in October. And once it's on the agenda, I could give you more information when we get to that item.
So is there any objections to adding this onto the agenda? Okay, hearing none. The bond, what is it called? The bond?
It's ordinance number 2021-07 for infrastructure financing bonds to 2021 Series A.
Okay. For the record, that will be added to the agenda. Additionally, we received a document which I just passed out to you guys. This just came yesterday, or I only saw it yesterday, which is a mobile phone company who is, I believe my interpretation of what I'm reading is wanting to put in new facilities, which is probably for 5G transmission. I believe it's the first one we've received. I did not leave you a copy. So anyway, it's, we passed an ordinance a few years back when we were anticipating that the 5G transmission facilities would be coming in, and we passed an ordinance, an aesthetic ordinance, where they would need to come through us because visually some of these are really quite tragic. And so I just want to put it on the agenda in order to put it in the record so that if they want to meet with us and we need to schedule a meeting. So I wanted to get you guys informed as quickly as possible. So not having really seen this until last night while I was going through my mail, I figured I would just stick it in here. So if we could just put it formally on the agenda so it can be a part of the conversation about this. Any objections? Questions? No. Okay, so we'll add that to the agenda. I remind everybody this is a public meeting. Everybody during public comment, residents during public comment will have an opportunity to come forth and bring forth anything that they wish to communicate with the council. I just ask everybody to limit the amount of time that they use when they do that. To start out this meeting, we are fortunate to have members of the Bates family. Bates is our trash company. And I actually see that Bruce behind the mask. Yeah, Mr. Bates himself, Bruce Bates is here. And if you would like to come up, introduce for us who you have with us and what role they play. And I'll let you have the floor. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, Council, Dan. Glad to be here tonight. Spoke to Dan earlier in the week, and I got his email about the meeting tonight. So I thought I would attend the meeting personally to address any issues, concerns that you may have. I brought our team with me, so I like to bring them up. I got Carolyn, the Chief Administrative Officer of the company. I got Ralph, the Operation Manager for Prince George's County, and William Swan, who is your town monitor. So he makes sure everything goes right in your town. So they probably know way more than I do about your town because he's in here every collection, and Ralph handles everything you need. So if any specific questions you need to ask, I'm quite sure they can answer them for you. So I'll open the floor up to anybody that have any questions.
Okay, I think that I'm going to go ahead and let my counsel ask some questions, and then I'll follow up with any thoughts that I may have. We have Councilmember Harding here from Ward 1.
Am I on? Okay. I appreciate you all coming here today. I know it's a weeknight, a work night, so it's a lot taken out to come out here. So I want to say thank you first for that. At the moment, I don't have many questions. It's more so citizen concerns that have been popping up. And I'd like my counsel to ask their questions before we get to that area. So if anyone has any questions.
Go ahead. Councilmember Hobbs from Ward 2.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. Can you hear me okay? I appreciate the hard job that you're all doing. And so we've received a number of complaints from our residents. And particularly, I have one question. What do you do to ensure quality control? How do you structure your on-site operations? Who is checking how the trash cans are emptied and what goes into the trash can? What is a protocol on site when the trash cans are picked up? We've received complaints that, for instance, yard waste was mixed up with regular waste on one particular, I think it was Monday, when yard waste was not supposed to be picked up at that day. I think it was a holiday. So in a very kind of general way, yeah, what is the protocol, quality control? How do you ensure that? Thank you.
Well, I can't answer that. You got a Monday collection once a week. So when you say what goes, your residents decide what goes into your carts. We don't decide what goes into the town's cart. Your residents put it, whatever they feel that's trash from their house inside of their cart. We collect the carts from the resident. You have a once a week collection. So you know, we do a lot of your collections on holidays. So, you know, unlike other municipalities in the county, you get collected, you know, kind of special because you get holiday collections and you get yard on days that your yard waste don't go, your trash do go. So we don't mix yard waste and trash. So what people might assume, you know, because they see us come on a Monday, they might assume yard waste go. But when people put yard waste in unmarked containers, like trash cans without an X on them, and it gets thrown into the truck, that's what they're looking at. If they don't mark their containers with an X and they put yard waste in a can, our guys don't know it's yard waste. You got to mark your container.
I'm just referring to a specific incident, a complaint, a video. The yard waste was in the brown paper bag, was picked up by Bates and put into the general waste. When it was picked up, they loaded all of it into the car. We have a video of it. This is the incident that I'm referring to.
We generally don't mix whatsoever. If it did happen, then we did have a crew on the truck today on Monday that was not a regular crew. So if they did put the yard waste in there, I need to speak with them and pull them aside tomorrow and speak to them because we definitely not supposed to mix. Mm-hmm. And this is the first I've heard of that. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Thank you.
I'm Carolyn Mills Matthews, Chief Administrative Officer.
Can you bring your mic down to the mouth?
Sure. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I do want to say and stress that Bill Swan is our route monitor. So he is in your town every collection day. That is our quality control from Bill's perspective. Now, clearly, he probably is not here to see that every single house when it is getting picked up. But he is here to make sure that the collections are complete, that the containers are put back where they need to be put back, and that if there are any issues like houses that we've had consistent issues with or anything like that, that they are being addressed. He communicates, he is the only member of our team who is designated to communicate, whether it be with council or residents, because our crews, our driver and our helpers are not really allowed to do more than a wave and a hi. Any issues that you have, they should be deferring them to our route monitor, who is also doing the quality control.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Bowles from Ward 3.
Good evening, and thank you all for being here. I really appreciate your presence. The issue that Councilmember Hobbs is referring to happened in my ward. It was a video. It was on Monday, I think, of the Labor Day holiday, and we had been told that yard trash would not be, or yard waste would not be picked up, and that bulk waste would not be picked up, I believe. I may be wrong about that. It was indeed put into the truck. Issues that I've witnessed in town, that I photographed myself, and that citizens within my ward have repeatedly shown to me, are carts that are thrown just sort of in any direction. Just last week, right in front of Delegate Fennell's house, there were 2 of the green carts that were just thrown over into someone's yard. They were laying on one top of one another. I have that photograph. I can send that to you. On 41st, 42nd, and 43rd Avenue, we've had repeated problems with hopper juice. I have a neighbor who's been rather vocal about that. So every time he calls, I go out and I check. I know what you guys do. I know how hard it is. I know the smells that I get it, believe me. But the road was so disgusting that I was having a hard time not vomiting. And there were 6 or 7 puddles that were left on the road. And the town had to call you guys back in to spray it down. It's my understanding that that citizen, who is very activated and very vocal, also got into a shouting match with one of your employees who was yelling at him because he had sprayed the street down after a while. But I went to verify, and there were 6 spots on 41st, 4 spots on 42nd, and a few on 43rd. The problem with the hopper juice is repetitive. It's happening rather consistently. And so my question to you is, are the trucks in ill repair? Are they overloaded? What is causing this hopper juice to overflow onto the streets? And if it's going to be a consistent problem, can those trucks be followed by a spray truck routinely, which comes behind and cleans those places?
My name is Ralph Shaw. I'm the operations manager at the PG yard.
Can you bring your mic up to your mouth?
Yes, we do fix our trucks. A lot of times what happens with the hopper juice, when we get a lot of rain like we have been getting, that rain gets into that hopper. When we run that blade, that water got to go somewhere. A lot of times it's going to come back out. You stand behind the hopper, it will spray you. I've been doing this 31 years. They have not come up with something to stop that. But if you're having that consistent problem, Phil needs to know, so I know, because it might be something wrong with the truck. But we don't send trucks over here this doesn't work properly. But we have an issue. I'm kind of shocked to hear what I'm hearing, because I have not heard any of this from Bill. Every time I come over here, the can places are great. You might have some days, like you said, if you have a different crew over here, but we need to know that information, especially if you have video, so I can address the individuals that's doing it.
We can put together a dossier for you. We got plenty of photographs and video of everything we're talking about. And I've personally witnessed it and had to hold my nose. Now, Mr. Baden, we were talking in work session last week. Mr. Baden says you guys service Arundel County. He says they're Anne Arundel. Am I misrepresenting you? And you have not had this same complaint there on any kind of significant level? Okay, something's going on here, because this complaint is happening and I'm witnessing it regularly. The trash can in front of my own home has been routinely thrown over into front of the next home over. Now I know these guys are moving. They're trying to get it done. but you put it back where you found it. I get it, right? I'm finding it over in my neighbor's house.
So I understand we pick up in a lot of jurisdictions, but you know, the crews are basically the same. So sometime when they roll a cart back, if it hit the curb, it's going to fall over. Bill comes through and he tries to make sure that all the carts are pushed back properly. But sometimes you're going to have carts falling over. And if you pay attention to the news, you see that, you know, everywhere is work shortage and labor shortage. So we are transitioning a lot of workers. We try to give them on-the-job training, but some people, you know, just don't get it. So it's a little hard for him to try to make sure he covers everybody all the time. He's doing the best he can, but you're going to have those people that just, you know, get a little careless in how they do it. And, you know, one thing we do is keep our equipment up. So you want to have the overflow that comes out of the truck. So if you have a resident, and all of these homes here have carts in them, I just rode through and I seen, if you got residents that don't shut their lids, you want to get water in the can. And when we dump the carts, you want to get water in the truck. And so when you get water in the truck, guess what's going to happen? When you pack it up, you're going to get water in the street. So we might need to put something on the website that when your can is done and you put it back in the truck, you need to shut your lid so you don't accumulate water in your can, and that'll eliminate some of the water. But you have some residents that just, you know, they leave their lids open, or their kids leave their lids open, you know, for a whole week. And then when we come and we service it, you know, I don't want water in the can because that's more weight, and we pay by the ton, so we're paying water weight. So it makes sense to have the lid closed. So, you know, it's an information thing that we need to get out to the residents, just like, you know, we're training our guys, we got to train the residents to close your lid so we won't get that water in that water in the street.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think our town's doing a very poor job of informing our citizens on a number of issues. And I've been asking for over 6 months now for a newsletter to start again, so that every household, regardless of their status, understands what you're talking about and that we educate from our side. I completely agree with you. However, I've also been a resident of this town for 12 years. And before I was elected, I came to several meetings where you were called before the former council, and these same issues have come up. So the concern amongst us is our town is receiving either lesser service or lesser respect. Potentially, some people feel because maybe this is a lower income town. I'm sharing with you opinions that have been shared. I am not showing accusations, but I can tell you that when that hopper juice is coming out, I would expect your drivers to notice that and then do something about it. And it's being left for hours and we're having to call.
Well, you know, that's, you know, opinion is opinion. You know, this town right here was one of the starting foundations for me.
I'm aware.
As a company. So for me, this town is important. And, you know, whether, you know, your opinion that it might be a low income or whatever, that's just your opinion. You know, I don't care who I pick up or service. I carry every town as the same, whether it's Colmar Manor or Potomac. It don't matter to me. We're going to provide the same service if we have anything to do with it. So I don't care what it is. We're gonna service you just like we service anybody else. So the same thing, maybe it's the information that needs to get out. And if you adamant about the newsletter need to be given out, I think you need to get that done. Let's start from the training aspect of it. And, you know, I see that you're very active in the town. So I think you need to help being active and getting education out there and get it out. And it needs to be education bilingual. So everybody everybody needs to get the same information, because we got areas here in Prince George's County that we having issues with because they're not getting the information out to everybody. They're getting it out to somebody, but not everybody.
Totally agree with you.
Yeah, so we need to make sure that we're getting that information out so we can be fair to everybody, because I don't like when we try to separate who we service, and that's not just who we are.
I think that's people's fear. I'm not sharing my opinion. I'm voicing to you opinions that have been shared with me by my citizens on the street. And what is happening on those streets that's left behind. So are you trying to say to me then that you feel that the hopper juice issue is caused by the citizens?
No. I'm saying it's caused by the weather. Yeah. You're going to have that if you leave a can open, no matter where you at. We got rain. We got a rain coming this week for us by the end of the week. So you're going to have water next week. By Monday, you're going to have water coming out of these trucks.
This is not water, sir.
So when you mix,
it is what happens after water has soaked in garbage.
Yeah, so that's water.
That's a little different. No, it's not water. Water doesn't make me vomit.
Say that again.
Water does not make me vomit. What is on the ground is milky, it's thick, it's dirty, and when you stand next to it, it makes you want to throw up. It may be caused by water draining through garbage before it leaves your truck, but it's not water. Water does not make me vomit. If it were a wet spot, I don't think anybody would be complaining. This is a foul smelling brown liquid, which is staying on the ground after your truck leaves.
So I'm going to reiterate a little bit of what Mr. Bates has said, which it is water. Now, you're right. You're absolutely correct, sir. It is water mixed with trash. Now, it would be trash coming from where we're servicing. We dump our cans, we dump our trucks every day. We start with a fresh truck. So by the time we get to the end of this route or through this route, and there's a lot of water, it is absolutely mixed with trash. It is mixed with trash before it even gets to our truck. And so, yes, it may give you a foul odor, but it's not an odor that we are manufacturing.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. So
nobody's making that accusation.
Absolutely not. As the truck fills up, these are, as you heard Mr. Stroud say, they don't make a truck that is leak proof. They just don't do it. Even though they say it, it's not a true statement. Now, it's not going to have trash kind of dumping out of the truck, but when the truck fills and it's being squeezed in the hopper, it is going to release some level of juice. Absolutely. Sometimes higher than others. I believe that Bates is probably the only hauler in this area that has a wash truck, because we don't want, if a resident in a community contacts us, we want to address that issue. That's why we have the route monitor. And if he sees it, he will call the truck himself in to make that adjustment. But if he doesn't see it, there could be very good chance that he may not have felt like that it was ours. He could have, maybe he didn't see it, but that's why we are in partnership. So if you see it, absolutely give us a call. We're not going to shy away from it. If I can just
interrupt for a second, because I just feel like we're going down a road that's not answering the questions on the table. So first of all, in my general observation, people are not leaving their trash cans open. Okay. What I will add in a general observation is that our Bates collectors leave our trash cans open. And as Councilmember Bowles mentioned, the issue of the trash cans just being tossed into the road. We know a difference between a windy day and what's not a windy day. Okay. So when it's a windy day, we don't bug y'all because we know you can't help what happens there. But in terms of, I heard someone saying, oh, please report these things. We report every single time we have the juice issue because we need to have somebody come back to clean it. Our public works goes around, and I don't know who of you guys is that they send the email to, but you guys know that they will send an email to you issues, and you guys send us emails when you have issues, which has been an improvement because that's been really helpful for us to communicate to residents who, you know, didn't put the X on the jar can or didn't do something they were supposed to do. We worked really hard in communicating the recycling issue. And you guys know that. We send out message after message after message, and they're not going to pick it up if it has plastic in it until you guys finally stop picking it up, which was fine. We worked on that in communicating. And when we do communicate with everyone. So I wanted to make sure that you guys understand. I don't understand. I mean, maybe, like I said, often the lid's being left open is happening by Bates. And I want to, before anybody else says anything else, I really don't want my trash collectors being called helpers, because they are not helping to collect the trash. They are collecting the trash.
Well, that's an industry term.
I know, I heard that said before. I've had this conversation with Mr. Bates many times.
We can call them whatever you want to call them in your
But I wish
that's an industry term.
I think you will get a better outcome if the industry stops calling them that.
I don't disagree with you.
And you, as your own individual company, can make a decision to call them something different.
I don't disagree with you.
So I'm just putting that out there because I think that is problematic when somebody's being said that they're helping when they're actually doing the job. Which I think would help improve. And I'm so sorry to cut you off, Councilman Bowles. I just needed to get that out.
If I could talk about the lids. So if you all feel like the lids, Bates is leaving the lids open, Bill will make sure that that does not happen routinely, that the standard is to close the lids, number one. And we'll do that moving forward.
But the lids are left open just so you know where you are, because the lid shut.
But that's okay.
You ride through the town and it looks like you're not serving.
But that's okay.
And we've had this conversation before. We need the lids to be closed, and it's because of the water situation. You never know it's rain. People are not going to turn off, open their trash can and empty that water if it happens to get in there during the time. So my suggestion, which has been to have a map in the truck, so that they're marking the streets off the map. There's a daily map come with them every time they come, and they can mark off the streets, because a second problem that we have consistently is between 39th Place and 39th Street and 40th Place and 40th Street. They get missed, and especially get missed on bulk day, because someone will come, it'll be a call for 43rd Place. They go to 43rd Avenue, 40th Place, they go to 40th Avenue, don't see anything and think nothing's there, and forget there is another street with the same number. So that's also a good reason to have the map as opposed to using open trash cans to see where you've been.
I am aware of the bulk miss on the 40th. I think Jerome or Mike had called me about it. I think Mike met me out there that day. That was a mistake because there is a 40th Place and a 40th Avenue. So that was definitely our fault, and we did get it taken care of right away, I believe, when I met Mike.
I will commend that you guys come back to take care of things when we call, but as Mr. Councilmember Bowles said, when it comes to the dirty juice, though that time frame in between when you get there to clean it and what everybody has to experience.
When you guys contact me, I do contact our cleaning crew as soon as possible, but if they're out on another call, servicing another area to clean up, we're at their mercy as far as their time. Right. So, that's why I communicate with Mike and Jerome. As far as the lids being opened, this is actually kind of new to me because I am in constant contact with Jerome when I'm in here. And I can honestly say when I ride through here, it's usually a good 95 to 99% those lids are closed. If I see them open, I do close the lids and I do put them on the curb. So if there's one or two strays here and there, I'll do my best to get that corrected. But this is really news to me that you guys are actually having an issue with the lids being open on a regular basis, because I'm not seeing that when I ride through your town.
Yeah, well, they actually, Mike and Jerome will actually go through to try to help close them themselves as well.
Okay, so
especially when it's not a whole lot of them.
Okay.
But it's because it's kind of random when they do and when they don't. But the last thing I'm going to go ahead and let Councilmember Mendoza have a word, and then we'll let the citizens ask you some questions they might have. So my last thing that I wanted to mention was the, what was it? I can't remember in this moment. Let me go ahead and move on to Councilmember Mendoza.
Hi, Mr. Bates and company. Thank you for coming. Unfortunately, it's sad that every time you guys come, it's just like bash time on Bates. I've grown up with you guys. All I know is Bates. So moving forward, I feel like we need somebody to just really just have one person to communicate with, because I've called Bates and it's been like a whole issue where I was questioned who I was. So finding somebody to be able to talk to, just one person instead of getting the runaround, I feel like that's just on me.
Okay, I can leave my number with you. You can call me directly if there's an issue.
And just literature also, if you guys have anything, I mean, we definitely will take and we can give it to the town, because I've noticed now it seems stricter with what you can throw away with bulk, right?
Not really.
Well, yeah, because somebody called the other day and wanted to throw away a 4x4. And we was like, you can't do that. Yeah.
Well, at least they called, because it'll sit out there and sit out there, and it's like, oh.
I told him no.
And this has been previous, but I remember with when everybody was complaining about the hopper juice, and they said, well, that's money for Bates. So I thought, well, it was just, when you smell that, it's money for you guys, but it's trash. Yeah, that person's not with you anymore. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. Because we could go on and on and on, right? But yeah, I definitely would like somebody specific to talk to.
I think I'm the operations manager, and I'm kind of thrown back. I've been here a year, and I've been in your town a few times, and one of the best towns I've seen that we collect as far as your list. I'm not here all the time, but I'm really shocked to hear what I'm hearing, especially I've not heard it from my route monitor. I thought everything was going great over here. I take my job very seriously. I've been a trash man all my life, that's all I know. We will fix this, whatever issues you have. You will have my number, bill number. If you're not getting through the people you think you need to get through, I'm the operations manager. It's my job to make sure this town is taken care of, just like everywhere else I take care of. I like this town. It's a nice, quiet town. I come over here. I thought everything was really going great, but that's why I guess y'all had these town hall meetings so we can find out what's really going on. But we're committed to taking care of this town.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I mean, we, as you guys know, before the pandemic, we were having you come quarterly as much as possible so that we could have some conversation and keep everything going. I want to say that I appreciate the efforts that have been put into being responsive on the ground. The thing that I had forgotten I wanted to mention was the problem of people being able to reach Bates for their bulk trash. And, in this day between with the pandemic, it's hard to be real thoughtful to people about that issue, but it was happening before the pandemic where people would say, I just can't get through the line on things. And but one thing I want to mention that I don't know, I spoke to someone who may have been our crew guy here, because I had a resident who is a very, very vocal, involved resident who had put an X on their recycle bin and for his yard waste, and it didn't get picked up. He was told that it was in the recycle bin, and so they weren't going to pick it up. So he called and he got the same information from whomever it was that was there. So I called because that is not what we have been told. We've been told it's an X. If you put the X on it, it's yard waste. And when I got to, I probably was our crew manager here. He said I was absolutely right. Some X. So there was some communication at different levels in your organization who didn't understand what really was the right answer. And I just wanted to point that out to you. This is information you have because we've communicated with you. So the one thing I would say, I'm gonna let Councilmember Bowles let me know if he had anything in addition, since I cut him off, and then we'll go to citizens. But I feel like sometimes you feel like you resolved what the issue was in the moment, and therefore you've resolved the problem. What we really want is for the issue not to continue.
Can I suggest with the yard waste, even if they're putting an X on it, when the drivers are going through, when they see a recycle bin, they're automatically thinking it's recycled. So if I can suggest, even with the X on it, to have that lid open so we can visually see that it's yard waste in there. Because if the lid is closed, it's very easy to miss.
We can communicate
with the
whatever
X.
you guys want us to communicate.
So
to
if
people
we
about
can
these
have the
things.
lid open so we can actually get a visual, because the drivers sit high up, they can see what's in the can.
Okay,
So if we can help each other in that way,
that's helpful.
you know, I'll let my guys on my end, we'll see if we can nip, you know, the issues in the bud and get you guys taken care of. I'll have a talk with the crew to make sure that they're doing everything they're supposed to do.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the improvements that have been made. Councilmember Bowles, I kind of walked in.
Are people allowed to, and I'm asking the mayor, are people allowed to use plastic containers for their yard waste, or are they required to use the paper bags, the yard bags?
They have to use the yard bags or a can with an X on it.
Okay.
We just said X. That's all we've ever communicated is an X on a can, but not a bag.
Okay, because now if we leave the lid open so that they can see that it's yard waste, it's going to get rained into.
Yeah, I mean, that is a.
So then we go back to the same problem again. I mean,
well, that just makes it, I'm sorry to cut you off, sir. That makes it a little easier. There is a house on Monroe, I'm not sure of the address, that has been in numerous times that the yard waste did not get collected because the lid was closed and it was in a regular trash can with an X that was not very visible. Even when I got out there, I didn't even see the X right away. So that's why I'm asking to make it easier so you guys won't get missed, you won't get complaints, that if you can just leave the lid open, especially if the can is filled halfway full with grass and stuff, it's just easier for us to see. So if we can,
in yard waste, if the lid, I mean, yard waste is not going to create the nasty smell that trash does.
Depends on how many days.
Correct you.
Oh, okay.
Yard waste juice is the worst stench
Okay.
in the world.
Yep.
If it ever gets on you, so
you want to suggest leaving the lid open?
It's a natural organic. So when it sits in a container, it creates water on its own. So when you dump it in the truck, it's the worst smell you ever want to smell. Worse than anything you ever want to smell. I'll let you know. I've been in the business since I was 12. It's the worst.
Okay.
So
then leaving the lid open doesn't sound like a very good thing to do.
Closing the lid is worse because that's when it creates the water. Open the lid lets it breathe so it don't generate water. So once you close it, it starts to decompose and melt down. That's when the water creates.
So do you guys have any do's and don't literature that you created?
We do.
So we would welcome having that available and disseminating it out to our people.
Send it to Kaylin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Well, actually send it to Jerome. Right. Michael Jerome. What? Jerome. All right. Because Jerome does the email. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Councilman Bowles, did you have anything additional?
I think I've said everything. Thank you, guys. We have a problem in town with trash in general, and with our own guys, we've got households that are putting household trash in municipal cans and overflowing them. So our guys are trying to pick up after everybody. We've got parties where people are throwing stuff on the streets. Sometimes that stuff is attributed to you guys, and I'm out there going, "That's not Bates. That's your neighbor." Right. So we're coming at the trash and the dirt accumulation in town from several different angles. I specifically wanted to talk about the hopper juice. So that is coming out of the mouth of the back of the truck, or is it draining down through where the chassis is? You're saying that it's sloshing back up and out?
So when you have water capacity in the truck, it can come out 3 different places. It can come out over the lip, It can come out. So the truck has seals from underneath up the side, but it don't go all the way up to the top of the truck and stop halfway. You can have water coming out over the sides halfway. You can have it coming out over the lip, or you can have it drip through the bottom. So it's 3 potential places it can come from. And if it's a really bad water problem, it can come out the front of the truck. Because if the truck hit the brakes, the water can move forward and come through the front of the truck as well. So it's impossible, depends on how bad the water is. So like when you have rain for 3 or 4 days and you get into a location, it could come out of the front of the truck as well. So it all depends. And see, your neighborhood is a once a week collection. And so the volume of trash and the time that it sets, you generate more trash. Unlike some of the neighboring municipalities that go twice a week, they don't generate that much trash or water just because they get that extra service. So that's the difference. So I think other than you and maybe Brentwood, everybody else do that twice a week pickup.
We used to do it 2 weeks, 2 days a week here. Can you help us understand why we went to 1, Mayor? Is it a cost issue or?
Yes, it was. When we went to we did 2 things. We went to 1 day a week for trash, and we asked Bates to give us the larger recycling bins so that we could encourage recycling as our major output. It did create a significant reduction. The one thing I hear people don't like it, they don't fuss so much about the 1 day as much as they fuss about the bulk trash not being they used to drive around the whole town, and now you have to call. Surprisingly, that's something that people complain the most about.
And then, the last 2 years, the other issue with the trash is COVID hit. So we got a 35% increase in trash from your town.
Sure, it should be.
Yeah, everybody came home. So all your schools, your workers, we got all that food at your curb, and we didn't even charge you for it. But we paid for it at the landfill, but we got a 35% increase. So that cart got overfilled every collection. That water came up. So so when you talk about the added trash, the little bit that spilled out, that's where it came from. So stop and think. Every meal that you ate away from home, you ate at home. And where that trash go? In that cart that couldn't hold that capacity. So that's where you get that extra trash from.
And so you're saying 2 days a week collection would help mitigate that problem?
It wouldn't help mitigate because you'll still get the same volume of trash. You would just split it up. So because you had once a week, that cart didn't accumulate, you wouldn't hold that capacity. So that's where you had the other bags, other cans of trash, because you stop and think, if you went to work, you probably didn't have breakfast at home, you didn't have lunch, you probably had dinner. Schools, you probably just had, dinner because you ate out. But now you had all 3 meals at home. And then on top of that, everybody ordered stuff. So we got all the extra Amazon boxes. We got everything extra at the curb for the last 2 years.
Makes a lot of sense. I'm just wondering, given what I said to you about our town having an overflow in our municipal cans, considering going back to 2 days a week and bringing that up in discussion, it might cut the amount of trash in half. If they're getting it more often, we might get less of people putting their home trash in our cities, in our trash cans that belong to our town, because we're getting a lot of overflow, especially on certain cans like 39th Avenue and Newark Road. I don't know who's doing that, but it's like 6 houses worth of trash in that one trash can.
And you know what you're also getting? You're getting a lot of construction trash, because when people are doing I noticed you're doing a lot of construction, you get a lot of construction people throwing it in to the town dumpsters and stuff. So you're getting a lot of that too. But I'm waiting to see, now that school has started, if government goes back to work, I want to see if this trend of trash start to decrease. But we got to wait and see, because nothing's going to change until the federal government goes back. But we still getting a lot of volume of trash from the residential homes. And we still getting a lot of people that got used to ordering things home, food, Amazon. So we still getting a lot of stuff from the homes. So that volume is still there. We haven't seen a change yet. So when you got a once a week service, I don't care if you got a 96 gallon cart. A 96 gallon cart is not going to handle if you got 3 people in that home. It's not going to handle. You want to need reserve.
Or 20.
And you know what happens when you fill up the trash cart, you use the recycling. So that your recycling cans become a trash can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what we have done in the past is to give larger families to trash cans to accommodate the extra amount that they have. But I didn't think about it for COVID. You'd be absolutely right. You would wind up with much more trash than normal because of people staying home. So I'm going to see if there are any other residents that has any questions. Mike, can you maybe see if the mic can be brought to her? Or maybe Councilman Bowles' mic, you want to grab the mic?
Yes.
State your name and where you live.
Mrs. Blue, 3912 Newton Street. I listened to everything and both sides of the story seemed pretty right. But I noticed the trash, it was a couple weeks ago, my can was thrown over. And so I went out to put my can up and put it in the yard. And it was a lot of that maggots and stinky water or juice, whatever you want to call it. So I'm saying, trash man's wrong. He should have cleaned this up. But when I kicked the other neighbor's trash can, it smelled like crabs and a whole bunch of stuff. And like you said, we have to educate the citizens that it's important to close the top. He may not have meant for all that rainwater that made that juice. You know, once you empty your trash, sometimes they don't take it all. There's stuff laying in the bottom of your trash can. And that's where that water and stuff, because when I kicked his trash can over his side out the street, it was like maggots and stunk real bad. So is it okay if you pour the bleach and leave the bleach in the bottom of it? Yes. So maybe we need to educate them and tell some of the citizens, if it's stinking, put some bleach in it.
Yeah, and if you got crabs, you know, you should put that in a plastic bag. Mm-hmm. So, because that's going to hold the smell and the odor. But also, whenever you got something, so normally it takes 7 to 8 days for a fly to develop. So when you take and put it in a lid, and you know, so it's 7 days before we get to the trash. So not quite 7 days. So in between that time, whatever you put in there turns into, it doesn't all the way go to a fly. It becomes that maggot. So that's why you don't have, it's that period of time where it doesn't all the way becomes the fly. It turns into the maggot. Right. And that's why you don't have that period of time. And that's what theoretically you said, once a week, you should have had enough time. If you do have something that could turn into a fly, it would, but it's not enough time for it to fully. So when you had twice a week, you know, you wouldn't, theoretically say you wouldn't have enough time for it to become a maggot or to become a fly, because you only had 2 days before your trash would get picked up again.
And then it's important that you always close that top, like you said. Sometimes you run out and put the trash in, you forget to close it all the way or whatever, and the rain makes more water in it.
And then when you put something in a plastic bag and you close it, you lock that odor in too. You lock the odor and you lock the water. So that, you know, so that's what you need to do, and drop it inside your cart, and you won't have that odor, you won't have the smell, and you won't have the spillage.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Is there any additional residential comments? Anyone on the Zoom? See anybody raising their hand? Do you guys see anybody raising their hand? No. Okay. So what I will mention, on which I forgot, because this one, this was about a month ago, a little over a month ago. It was a Monday evening. I was leaving. It was about 8 o'clock. And there was in the intersection of 41st Avenue, just before the intersection of 41st and Newton Street, it was actually on Newton, was like a whole bag of trash right in the center of the intersection. Now, from a whatever our residents might do kind of situation, I'm pretty certain nobody just came and put the bag of trash in.
We don't have a can there either anymore. So there's no reason for it to be there. Yeah.
Yeah, it was no reason at all. And it was just, and I was like, oh no, not this intersection.
Bowles lives here.
And so, I mean, and there was nobody for me to call. It was too late or whatever. I literally got my own picker out and went and picked up the trash and put it in, you know, I keep trash bags in my car just so that I can pick up when I see trash around and whatnot. But that was bad. It had to fall off the truck. I mean, I'm really sure of it. It fell off the truck. It was like it was a trash bag that had fallen, had an opportunity to be broken and busted, and the trash was laying out sort of like around.
I mean, I don't know what happened. I wasn't there, but it could have been from a contractor's truck.
It was trash. It wasn't, it was like garbage trash. Well,
I mean, that's it. It could be.
I just really would appreciate more of the double checking behind to do and making sure that 40th and 40th Place Street, 39th Place and Street, get it. So maps in the car, I think would help making sure that I've checked this, 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 sort of kind of would be helpful.
What we have done since our last conversation, we don't use maps anymore. So the trucks that come in here now, we had Geotab, which is a GPS system. So Bill has a tablet and he have it on a computer system, so we can actually see, we can actually watch the trucks move. Or if he's coming to the town, he actually knows where they've been, so he can go behind them. So he keeps a tablet with him, so we can track the trucks as well.
So, well, I mean, I can understand tracking them as they're moving, but something needs to be ticked off to say, I've been here, you know.
It's breadcrumb.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they get matched too.
Okay, I mean, want people to have that opportunity, whether it's the person coming behind or the actual collector, is that they're checking off where they've been.
Our drivers do have maps. For all of the municipalities that we service though, all of our municipalities have our most seasoned drivers. And so they've been coming to your town for a long, long time. We don't routinely change the drivers unless that driver's on vacation or something like that. That driver, your normal driver, even if they took the map, they're not using it because they know the town. It is when we have a new driver that we have an issue, and that is normally the policy is Bill is leading them or following close behind them, so to make sure nothing gets missed. Things happen, you know, to err is human. We apologize if we ever miss anything, but if we don't know about it and you inform us, we absolutely will come back and get it.
I'll agree with that. I mean,
yeah, I mean,
there's been some times when it was kind of late, like a whole day got missed and I had to call Bruce himself, and you guys came on Saturday.
Right.
The whole day got missed. So like I said before, I find you responsive when we report a problem. It's just resolving the problem as a whole. I have to say, when you guys got new trucks about 3 years ago, because we had the hopper juice issue really bad, like the last time that you and Rico had come in and we were having it all over, and you were about to get new trucks, like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And the hopper juice issue went away for quite a long time. So I do think new trucks do make a difference, and it's not just what's going in the truck. I think, you know, whether it's however the what would be like the divider or the seals and things like that that are affecting it. So if you got any new trucks, bring them to Colmar Manor. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure. Wait.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
It's a cost to new trucks. It's a cost to new trucks.
I know, but you always getting all that new business.
Well, Well,
So
like I
anyway,
said, we're here in anything, one thing I will say about Mr. Swan, he is responsive. He's going to send them emails. So if he sees something wrong, he's going to let you know. And that way you can inform the town or the resident if it's prepared wrong, because if he's in the street, he's going to see it. He's going to send it because he copies us on everything that he sends to you. So I thank both of them. If they got any issues with anything.
I appreciate you actually. I appreciate you coming here. It means a whole lot to us.
They will make sure that they'll take care of it.
Okay. Well, and like I said, they do. And council, I just want to make sure that you guys have any issues. Jerome sends an email to, I guess it's Mr. Sloan, I'm not sure, but somebody, every trash day we have with anything that's been reported to us, so that they get that. So if you guys got something directly, get it to Mike and Jerome, and then they will communicate with these guys as well.
And Mr. Swan will take care of it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Oh, you have another question? No, I have no, not yet. We're not on citizen comments yet. Is it trash? Is it about trash? Oh, no, we're not there. We're not on the, So you want to move up the community comments? Okay, go ahead. State your name and your address.
Thank you, Sadar. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. My name is Morena Zelaya. I'm a community member from here. And hi, my name is Morena Zelaya. I live in here in Colmar Manor, 40 Play. And right now we have one petition with a community member, or we're living here. And Jocelyn say something right now. Good evening. My name is, Good evening. My name is Jocelyn.
Bring your mic like really close to your mouth. Yes, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jocelyn Reyes. I live in the 39th Street Avenue. I'm a member of CASA of Colmar Manor. Today we are here for percent voters exploded to non-citizens. Voter, thank you for to come for the trend. We are back for answering next month. Sarah bring everybody the all signing we collecting in the city, and we have all copy for you. Next month we coming. I sent to Melinda tomorrow. I have a copy for Melinda tomorrow. Sorry, Melinda.
No, it's okay.
I had the copy that's signing right now, but you had the, I can send the email to. And this is the signing we collecting in all city. And we had the support for the many community cities over the 100% signing from here. Just only from here, the white, black, the Latino, Asian, any people living here. And please take your time, student the petition, or petition is not my petition, student the petition, and we'll back next month for, I wish we had a very, very good answer from you, because this city is the immigrant city. It's not only one area. We live in many, it's multicultural city. And we work together because my dream is make this city the best city in the PG County. Thank you, I appreciate it, your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, but we're leaving because the all is partying and the baby's waiting in the house. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you for coming. Okay, so if we go back on the agenda, the next item on the agenda is to report out on the work session. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you.
We'll be looking at it. Okay, so on the work session, we had talked about, we had Jackie Goodall, who is our circuit rider from the state, to give us an update on several items, which included the status of the EV stations. Those are the electric charging stations. And the project is moving forward. Actually, they look done. They just have like some kind of connection that has to be made for them to finalize it. Our bike share, the bike share is going to go next to the Burger King and between the shopping center and the Burger King. And the shopping center, and that we know is still on the county's list. Apparently, they've had some staffing shortages that have delayed them. We had some confident communication about the American Rescue Plan for a consultant to help us in making decisions along with our citizens on ways that we can and need to spend the funding to better serve the community. We talked about a grant that she submitted for our small business marketplace. That grant would not come available until June or April, I think she said. And we also talked about the fact that she's going to be working on our ordinance codifications. In that conversation, Councilmember Bowles also asked about us doing a review. So in addition to after we get the codification done, we'll consider having a review for consistencies and things like that in ordinances. And she would start that in October. We each had a conversation about the consideration of non-citizen voting petition that was we understood would be presented and what wanted to be done. So each individual council person had a conversation. We agreed that we will continue to have this conversation and bring it up further and look into details on how this may or may not work. We talked about the issues of Bates and to bring them forward today, as did happen. And we talked about the issues of the car wash vacancies and things that could be done and communicating with the property owner on what they can do in order to improve the issues that are happening there. What I believe, which, and Mr. Baden, I want to make sure because we should be talking about in our business licensing how we can have stronger rules. So we need to bring that into the future discussion to talk about how we, like we did with the 24-hour issue where we, Mr. Barr, you hearing me? We want to look at how do we make our business licensing stronger so that we can affect change that we can find folks with the issues like vacancy and stuff. So this is something that's going to happen in the future. And I just want to make sure that you knew that so that you could start looking for things for us.
Well, we had a bill last year that started about, I think in November, and I don't believe was adopted.
Oh yeah, no, we did. That's the one that we were trying to resolve our issues around the 24-hour business.
Yes.
We adopted that, but we need something now to help strengthen when we may or may not give people licenses because of the condition of their business. And we need that. Well, the IHOP, no, we didn't do it with the IHOP. We did it with the 24-hour convenience store. Right, exactly. So we need to strengthen that now that we could say to, if necessary, the convenience store or even Fort Lincoln Medical Center because they're on the same property, or even McDonald's because it's on the same property, that you can't have a license because of this situation that's not being taken care of.
Yes.
Okay, because that's what we need. We need something where the vagrancy itself is a condition for which we can deny a license.
Sure.
Okay. So if you can start looking out to see what's out there and we can maybe have a conversation about that at the work session. Anybody remember anything else at the work session that I didn't pick up? All right, moving on. I'm going to move on to the council member reports. Council member Ward 1, Councilmember Harding.
Am I on? All right, guys. Not much to report on today. I'm going to start with this because it's going to be echoed and I'd like it to be echoed to explain the urgency of it. But the volume of amplified music from individual residents should not be covering the town. Yeah, that is just something that I've been seeing more inside of our group chat and hearing more from our residents.
So, okay, say it again.
All right, sorry. I figured
I
everybody
heard
was
the word
leaning in.
music, but that was the only thing I caught.
I said that I'm going to echo this now because it's urgent, and I'm going to say this now because I know it's going to be echoed from everyone. But the volume of amplified music from an individual's residence should not cover the town. This is something that we've seen inside our group chat spammed on weekends and some weeknights. And it's becoming a situation where we're starting to feel disrespected as a community. Someone's happiness should not impede anyone else's, so we should be more considerate of each other. The second thing is the youth. They're coming up to me and said, "Where we're doing another community cleanup." They would like for us to plan another cleanup. I know that school is just starting, so I wouldn't think we'd do it this month. We'd allow the people to really accommodate themselves back into.
No, it's a Saturday.
Oh, we are our jump.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow! All right, let's get it. Yeah.
Yeah, literally. I mean, and I'll be so a flyer should have gone out today, but we have some we just have some staffing issues right now. Yeah, it was marked. Yeah, we scheduled it a couple of months
ago.
ago.
We did. Now that I'm sitting here remembering, we definitely did. Lastly, I don't know if we're talking about committees as well as just the community report.
Are we talking about what?
Committees.
No, we're just doing council report.
Okay, yeah,
we will have time to do committee. Yep.
Well, yes, then sir. I have my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Hobbs. Ward 2.
Yes, to echo Councilmember Harding regarding the noise. Just to remind citizens, the noise ordinance has been passed a few months ago, and on Saturdays and Sundays. Music should not be audible outside of your premises, outside of your yard. There've been multiple instances that music is loud beyond those hours, and just would like to remind everyone to be respectful to each other. And if the police is coming to your town, to your house multiple times, they do have a right to cite you. So it's just a warning, but the perpetual violators should be cited. So issue number 2 is dogs in town, stray dogs running around in town. The issue was brought to my attention by a resident. She found a dog. So she found a dog, and as a good resident of the town, she communicated with me, and we tried to find the owner of the dog unsuccessfully. We sent out emails, communications, and we've sent out Facebook posts, next door posts. Nobody is claiming the dog who has a collar, actually. So we have this issue of dogs, either escaping the yard somehow. Some of the dogs do this. They're perpetual violators, I can call them, right? They're escape artists. And it turns out there are a couple of them. They look alike. So, people and other residents are trying to help out when they find the dog, or they're trying to maybe temporarily find a host family for them. The issue's been continuous. And, some of them really would like to even adopt the dog that they found. So if the dog is near and dear to you, and just make everything possible to keep it inside your premises, like inside your house or on the leash when you walk the dog, because it creates issue for other people, and you may not see your dog. It may be up for adoption, or it may just disappear. So it's just a reminder again for everyone, please keep your dogs inside. Next issue, next report. Tennis with neighbors. So since I was championing this initiative as another resident, I just wanted to report on that since it's not within any committee. We've had a few successful tennis sessions with the residents until the net was damaged in the tennis court. And Personally, I have seen people playing other sports other than tennis, lowering the net, possibly to play soccer. I've seen that. And that prevents us from playing tennis going forward. We actually had to contact public, the park.
Park and planning.
Park and planning.
Park
Thank
police.
you. Park and planning. So they created a ticket to fix that net, but this issue has been ongoing, and there are rules posted outside of the tennis court saying that there's only tennis that can be played there. So just another reminder for residents, visitors, this is not your like personal soccer playground. It is for tennis only, and I would like for visitors and residents to come and enjoy tennis there. And violators will be reported to the park police. So this is all, I believe, from Ward 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Councilmember Bowles.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I hope everybody's doing well and hanging on as best you can. The beauty of fall is coming, and we're going to start to feel some temperatures drop, and that's a beautiful thing. Don't forget to prepare your home for winter. Clear out your downspouts and when the leaves have finished falling, make sure you get your gutters clear. If you can't do it, reach out to a neighbor. So one of the things we're trying to get everybody to do a little bit more of is reach out to a neighbor. I have a citizen in Ward 3, actually, who recently had a health scare, and she is suffering with a step that is disassembling, a brick step. She is an elder. So if we have anyone in town who's a brick mason who might be able to help this lady out at a good price, please contact Councilmember Bowles, dbowles@colmarmanor.org, and I'll keep reaching out and asking. We've been talking about creating a list of service providers in town. So for more community buildings, so for people who need a little extra money and somebody who needs a little extra help, and maybe because we all live at home, we can give each other a leg up. If you have a service you'd like to provide, please come up to Town Hall and let them know, and let's start building that list and looking out for each other. Specifically, this lady is looking for some brick work help. So that's my advertisement from my elder. Do your part to clean your sidewalks. Remember that you have to take care of the grass or whatever growth you have along your sidewalk easements. In some cases, there's some real trip hazards out there. So get out there and clean those sidewalks so that we can pass and so that our older and lesser mobile people can get out and get their exercise without falling. This week was the 20th anniversary of September 11th. I know that probably was heavy on a lot of our hearts this week and took us all back. I know it seems like my students at college are too old or too young to remember it, and I remembered like it was yesterday. So if you have a family member or a friend who has been sort of triggered by that, reach out and give them an extra hug this week. That was a time that our country went through that was unforgettable. COVID is still with us. Please mask up. I'm asking you all, please mask up. The county buildings are now more and more opening up to the public, but Executive Alsobrooks has asked us to remain masked inside of those buildings, vaccinated or not. So if you come up to Colmar Manor Town Hall for services, look out for our employees and our elected officials too, and make sure that you're masking your face. Prince George's County has added 3 new mobile vaccination vehicles for COVID-19 for people who have mobility issues. They're going to be coming around. Keep your eyes open. They're especially reaching out to communities that have a large number of individuals with that. So if our town staff can look into that event, into that situation, as of September 1st, 90% of Prince George's County citizens 65 and older were vaccinated, and 77% of residents 12 and older were vaccinated. And keep your eyes open. Boosters have already been coming. If you have immunodeficiency issues, boosters are already starting to be made available. Please go get vaccinated so we can all have fun together and breathe the same air. The county is sponsoring another Growing Green with Pride event on October 30th from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. The goal is beautifying and greening up the county by joining neighbors in your community for a day of planting, cleaning, weed removal, and mulching. There's also bush and tree planting initiatives. A representative from each community must attend the virtual PGC litter track training session on October 19th. I may do that if one of the council would like to, or if there's someone in the town staff or former council who might like to do that, so that we can get involved with that. And maybe we can line up our October cleanup with that same day. That's October 19th. The deadline to register for that event is October 15th. We did talk about there being a town cleanup this Saturday. I think we're getting the word out to you a little bit late, but here we are by mouth saying there's a cleanup on Saturday. Mayor, starting at 10?
10 to 12.
10 to 12. So come on up to town hall, get some grabbers and some gloves, and we'll send you out to clean up and pick up where you can. Dogs, I'm just going to echo it again. We have a dog on my street that's been barking for hours. That is covered by our animal code. It's also covered by our noise ordinance. This animal is perpetually barking. If you have a dog that is barking that much for longer than 30 minutes, the dog either has a health issue or you are not raising your dog right. I will just say it. An animal should not be left begging for attention for hours. Please, please attend to your animals. And that's going on in the middle of the night too, waking up neighbors. Pooping, we've got new poop stations in town. I just met with Mike Gorham this morning to talk about locations on those. They've already gone in, and there might be some shifting going on. So we have made even more opportunities available for our citizens to have a place to put their dog poop, and free bags at each station. I'm going to ask you to do two things. One is, if you have a need for a bag, please take it. Please do not take all of the bags. Do not take them home. We are not providing a box of bags for every citizen. We are providing an opportunity. If you're out and you don't have enough money to buy bags, there's a bag. If you're out and you're caught without a bag, there's a bag. Please don't take all of the bags. Please don't put household trash in the dog poop stations. And please don't take 10 of the bags, clean up your yard, and fill the dog poop station with your own private collection of dog poop. They are there for each of us to use for convenience. They are not there for any individual citizen to use as a yard cleanup option. Our public works folks are at times finding completely overwhelmed poop stations. So we've added 6 or 7 more. They're there for you. Use them. All right. Leashless walking of dogs and free roaming of dogs is illegal. It is illegal under Prince George's County Code. It is illegal under Colmar Manor Code. It is unsafe for your dog. It is unsafe for citizens. If you love your dog and you think it's the nicest dog in the world, believe me, I think mine is. You think it's never going to charge anybody. If that dog is spooked, it will. Put it on a leash of 6 feet or less in a municipality. Please do that. Please, please, please do that. There are dogs in town that are leaping fences. We've already talked about that. If your dog is so large that it can leap your 4-foot fence in the front yard, which is as high as a fence can be, put it in your rear yard or keep it in your home. Parties and noise. Amplified outdoor music. This is the 3rd time y'all are hearing this now. Amplified outdoor music must turn off at 11 on Fridays and Saturdays, 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. That's outdoor amplified music. Remember, your freedom ends where mine begins. So you might want the freedom to have fun on your property, but if your fun is keeping me from sleeping, your freedom is now oppression. That's not okay. We've got ordinances for this. We've already put it through. If you get 2 or more complaints on your property, a citation is given as an option in our ordinance. Nobody wants to cite our neighbors, but come on now. And if your music is audible all the way through Colmar Manor, then please rent out the town hall. It's right here for you. But that's not something that should be going on in a yard. This past weekend, we had a gathering in Ward 2, crossover Ward 1 and Ward 2. When that gathering was over, as I was walking down the street at 11 o'clock, there were people strolling all about the town, throwing bottles of beer on the ground, trash on the ground. City trash cans were overwhelmed. If you are having a party, keep your trash on your property or follow up by walking down the street and cleaning up after your guests. Enough lectures from Professor Bowles. Illegal dumping and household trash. Additional trash cans are also coming to the town. They are on order. 8 are coming. They will be placed about the town. So there will be opportunities for you to find a trash can at almost every turn. However, those trash cans are not your household trash cans. Those are municipal trash cans for occasional trash, for convenience and for the cleanliness of our community, which we love. Do not dump your household trash and full bags of trash into or on top of those trash cans and overflow them. We're asking you, please. And now for something nice. Halloween is coming. The rec community or the rec council just met, and we'll give that announcement in a little bit. But Halloween Harvest Fest and the holiday sing-along Christmas holiday gathering are in the works. Get ready for some really fun neighborly time in this coming fall season. And thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilman Bowles and Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I don't have a long report, but I just wanted to welcome back students, teachers. We have our teachers here. Parents, whether you're learning virtually or in person, welcome back. Thank you to our very own Chief Stone, Tracy Stone, Sergeant Cowling, Officer Chavez and Officer Merritt for coming out and being at the bus stops. I see you guys there, and I appreciate that. I know right now PGCPS is having a hard time with school buses, so the kids are out there for a very long time waiting for their bus. So thank you guys for monitoring them. I just had this one thing that I wanted to share with you. I know that, you know, with everything trying to get back in order, so there's a rental assistance fair, and this is with the Prince George's County Office of Community Relations. They're actually going to be having a rental assistance fair at Suitland High School. This will be actually on Saturday at 10 a.m. I have a flyer, and I'd like to, if you need it, you can email me or ask the town hall, but I will share it through our town website and also through the Facebook site. So also, last but not least, I hope to see many of you this Saturday for the community cleanup, because we didn't have one last month. So there's going to be a lot to clean. And I was kind of saddened when I saw this whole report from CASA. Thank you, CASA, for coming. But there was a lot of Brentwood on here. If you look at the addresses, there's a lot of Brentwood. So gotta get it out there. Colmar Manor, people, Colmar Manor, the best town ever. All right, that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your report. So I guess my report, I think August was the longest month ever. And somehow or another, we're halfway through September already. I don't know how that happened. But so some of you may or may not know, I basically did a personal sabbatical for most of August, just to, you know, breathe out loud, and I did what I needed to do to take a break. But there was activities. Last week I did go to the Maryland Municipal League board meeting, board retreat and board meeting, which was really good. I mean, actually having the smaller groups, just like 27 of us or whatever, the amount of conversations you can have about what's going on in towns, and when you're spending a couple of days with people, what's going on in their town, what's happening in your town, collaboration and learning from others, a really, really great opportunity. So I really enjoyed that. They actually had the National Folk Festival during the same period of time. So that was really nice as well. I just want to say I really appreciate the in-depth conversation and meeting that we had from our work session last week, and communicating with our residents interested in voting, who are not U.S. citizens, and that we will continue to have conversations. I've spent a lot of my time in the last week doing a lot of research on just that. You know, what are the United States rules for residency? You know, what is the expectation that's behind those rules? And
how and when we might want to roll those things into it. So I'm expecting to present first to you, the council, what my thinkings are and questions are, because in some places I have questions that I want to get answers to in terms of what folks want or whatever. So that's something that I've really done a lot of physical research and looking at what's happening. I haven't looked at what the other towns have done. I'm more concerned with the United States government and the intention of the United States government for giving out citizenship. And so that's something that I'm going to keep looking at and working on the details for that. I will report out that if many don't know, Kayla has resigned, and her last week, next week is her last week on the job. We have enjoyed working with Kayla. It's been 12 years. It's been wonderful to see her grow and develop and learn things that she needs to learn to keep moving forward and everything. And we will be missing her very, very much. So I plan to work on an organizational chart that I will also be presenting to the council. And I'm saying it publicly so people know there is going to be a communication that from me to each individual council member before we meet again, so that everyone understands it's not public until it's public, because this is just me sharing with you guys so that we can make some decisions when we do get back together. With that said, we might have to have a special meeting just for that, because the time frame is so short. And right now we're like almost down to one employee inside the building on a regular basis. So I want to move quickly on that. You'll be hearing from me very soon on that one. Let's see what else, anything else going on. Pretty much that's it. I want to echo. Oh, I do need to echo what you guys were saying about this music business. Unfortunately, summer's almost over, and so hopefully there will be a natural slowdown. But for whomever's listening, and if you have neighbors who may hear from whatever, it's just not okay to know that you live in an urban-like community and just feel like whatever it is that you're doing should be everybody doing it in that moment. It's just so impolite that I would just, ask people to just think back about, what are you doing here? And I will echo what Councilmember Bowles said. This building is here if you really want to have a big party somewhere. Even the American Legion is available for you to have some sort of event. There's a big old giant park back here. Although I don't know if they allow amplified music back there, but I'm just, it still would be something that wouldn't be bothered. But I have asked the Chief Councilmember Hobbs in relationship to activities in the park to ask the park police to circle around more often, because your situation with tent is not the only situation of issues that people have had of how some people are treating the park and acting out, particularly back here in the park. So I just want to let you know that I have conveyed to the chief things that I have heard, and he's going to be seeing if we can get them to beef up a little bit more activity back there. And that's it. Thank you all very much. Thanks.
Mayor, can I just chime in real quick?
Sure.
So our very own Dan Baden, he's he's a family of Colmar Manor, and recently he did a run, and I felt so bad that I wasn't out there to see him run. And so it was 3 days, right? An event where he ran, and it was the 9/11 Promise. And where they're committed to honoring all first responders and military service members. So I just wanted to bring that up because Dan did that, and that's a run they do it from DC to New York, right? And it's a couple of days, but Dan,
seeing that you said that, I don't want it to be misconstrued. I was the support vehicle for the people that ran.
Okay.
I did not run.
Yeah, I was
being real impressed.
Because somebody was here at the town hall, I'm not going to say his name, and said he was really upset that none of you all showed up. And I was like, oh my God.
No, I got well wishes from various council members and the mayor, and so I do appreciate that. The organization, as Councilmember Mendoza says, raises scholarships for the children of first responders and active military who have either died in line of duty or have become injured. So, it's on the 20th anniversary, 6th year that the organization's been around, and we've given out over $105,000 in scholarships. Wow. So I did run the last 4 miles from where we got off the ferry in New York down to Ground Zero, and everyone ran in together. But the experience was amazing. The 911promise.org, if you go to Facebook, there's all kinds of pictures on there. We had escorts the last day from Trenton Firehouse to the ferry terminal, and I think it's Hoboken, maybe, wherever the ferry is that goes over. And the municipality, the police and fire departments were awesome. We had at one point a 12 motorcycle brigade leading the way, be with police cars and fire trucks and, our caravan. And we're running through all the cities and towns, and these are, smaller streets, businesses, everything. People were out on the streets. They're, saluting, they're waving, we're carrying flags, from the different branches of the military, the American flag. There's also the flag of honor and the flag of valor. The flag of honor has the names of every single person who was lost on 9/11. The flag of valor has the names of all the first responders that were killed that day. So, it's quite a experience go through that. And all the firehouse, we stop at the firehouses, different firehouse for water breaks, food breaks, and they're thanking us for coming through and doing what we're doing, but we're doing it for them. And in those areas up there in New York, New Jersey, those are all the ones that responded. Most of them lost co-workers during that time. So we've raised, I think, 87,000 or 83,000 so far, and our goal is 100,000. That's by the end of the year. The scholarships are given out in May of next year for the following school year. So, hopefully we'll, meet that goal, but we're definitely getting close to it. So, thank you for bringing it up. I did enjoy it. I got a total of 3 hours of sleep for 4 nights in a row. So it was grueling, but it was worth it.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Much appreciated. All right. So moving on. Now you have to give a report.
Yeah, well, I'll be brief on the report. As most the summer months are not that active, so our revenues are usually down. Our expenditures are usually just the common expenditures. So I'll just hit the totals. As I said, there's really nothing out of the ordinary to really talk about, so I don't want to spend a lot of time doing that. So the revenue and this is for July and August, it's $31,758. Our total budget for the year is $2,832,000, which includes $707,000 in unreserved funds and $600,000 in ARP revenues. On the expense side, again, I'm just going to hit the departmental figures. So under general government expenditures, we have $49,861. Payroll tax and benefits for general government, $25,950. Senior van expenditures of $6,132. We've not been billed for our code enforcement shared costs with Cottage City yet for July or August, so that's showing as 0. Public Works, $32,131. Community Center Town Hall costs, which is $53,705. The 2 largest items there are debt service on the municipal building, which is $39,343, which is 2 months of debt service, and then insurance of $10,579. Insurance we pay at the beginning of the year, so that's why that amount is large and at the budgeted figure. Public safety, 52,126. Most of that is from salary and our automobile and general liability insurance related to the police department. Community center operations, $297. And then the American Rescue Plan expenditures for family and business support of $2,025. Total expenses for the 2 months, $222,126. And last number there, you see a deficit of 190,000, which is our revenue less expenditures. That's not uncommon for the summer months. We do get our larger revenues for real property tax coming in October. So, that deficit will be made up pretty quickly once we get the October distribution. So that's a quick overview. If anyone has any questions, I'll try to answer those. But again, as I said, it's pretty much ordinary operational expense at this point.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Baden. Couple of questions. Well, first question I want to ask is that you didn't give us a balance sheet.
Yeah.
Or at least it didn't.
Okay, didn't get in
there. Didn't get
yet.
here. So if we could get that, that'd be great. Okay, so a couple of questions I just have on numbers here is under, I don't understand this payroll. What is happening here under, oh, is it that we pay our health insurance quarterly? So it's a full quarter under taxes and benefits?
Under 5520, the health insurance?
5,500. Well, I mean, yes, I'm just saying, is that's what making the number higher? We pay it quarterly or something?
Well, on the health insurance, we pay into the employees' HSA. We got a high deductible health plan, and we pay for their deductible at the beginning of the year, and then they're able to use that during the year. So I think that was about 12,500. We pay monthly for the health insurance, but in July 1st, we pay the deductible into the HSA. So that's why that is.
Okay, makes sense.
Large figure.
And then, the question on the debt service, 5850, why isn't it 16? Why is it 25% instead of just a third month in there or something? It's more than 2 months.
The budget has the refinancing at the lower rate in there. And so until we get go forward with the refinance, so the savings of the refinance are shown in the budget figure, but we're still paying the old
Got you.
monthly amount. So it's about 20,000 a month, a little under that. So if you don't refinance, at the end of the year, we'd be spending about 240,000.
Got you. Understood.
Yeah.
Now 4909. How did we underestimate that much of what was going to be the auto insurance?
4909.
4909. I mean 5909. 5909 seems like we've already paid the auto insurance on our cars.
That's just for the police vehicles,
right?
And
didn't we have a quote or something? Because this is way more than.
Yeah, no, we don't get the actual insurance or the actual insurance until June for the rates. So we don't have anything to go by. And what I've been told is auto insurance has increased significantly. So that must be part of that impact.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any council member? Any of you have any questions? So I wanted to ask you about the audit because I feel like normally by now I would have had to sign some papers and stuff. So where are we with that?
Well, the auditors will be in tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So
that's where they are.
Yeah. So I've submitted all the financial document schedules and everything to the auditors, and then they'll be in tomorrow to. Last year they did it all remotely. This year they asked if we were comfortable with them coming in. I said I have no problem with that.
Are they vaccinated? I mean, because we
Yes.
openly ask everybody to be vaccinated.
Yes, the auditor that's coming in is, she has staff that isn't, and she will not let them come out, but she is, and she's actually one of the partners, you know, and we'll probably only be here for a day. If she needs anything else, you know, we'll do it, you know, through emails, and there's a portal that they have on their homepage that all documents get uploaded to that they request. But, you know, we're usually, you know, in good shape, and then, you know, they spend about a day here, and then anything else we take care of. So, yeah, we're on schedule, and, you know, the report's due to the state by October 31st. So we got plenty of time.
All right. Is there a motion to accept the treasurer's report?
I actually have a few questions. I wasn't able to open my mouth fast enough.
Oh.
So we've had a number of bizarre events. That number seems awfully low for income. Daily Bazaar since July has only been $645.
Yeah, I mean, it's on a cash basis, so what's ever been deposited is shown there. I mean, if there's things that we booked that, you know, people haven't paid for yet, that would not be recognized. So that is whatever deposits been made for July and August.
So that's for all the events we've had. That's all we've brought in. Do we have a way of knowing? Can we get a P&L for the bazaar? Like, how do we know what the expenses are?
They are on the
show me where
second page.
Yes, sir.
5103, 5104.
I see, but they're showing zero.
Right.
So we've had no operating expenses, no.
No,
we haven't spent, because we had, when we did Juneteenth was in last year, right? And actually even for most of where we did have anything was actually last year. I mean, there's been a couple, but there's no problem with giving you that, but we don't really have to spend a lot of money on the bazaar.
So if our employees work there, that expense that would be part of their time? They're being paid extra to work there, correct?
No, they were hired, their hours are their regular hours.
So if they're there on a Saturday for a bazaar, they're given comp time?
No, if they're there on a Saturday, they don't work on Monday.
So that's comp time. Okay, so they're given time off.
No, they're working if they work a 40-hour week, they may only work 32 Monday through Friday if they're scheduled to work Saturday, and Saturday, say they work 8 hours, that's their 40 hours. So they're not getting comp time.
Okay, I'm just seeing it that way because they wouldn't normally work on a Saturday. So we're asking them to work on a Saturday. So we're giving them time off, kind of giving them time off. So they're not being paid additional money.
No, it's the regular schedule, what they're hired to do. Now, our newest guy, he is scheduled to work on Saturday.
The public works guy?
Yeah, regularly.
Well, I'm not sure what his schedule is. I'm not in charge of that, but he has been, you know, he was told that he may need to work Saturdays. Yeah.
And that's so that makes it easier, so that, and particularly also having somebody from Public Works here on a Saturday when people just make a mess of the place, hopefully will be helpful too. So he has like a regular schedule. Abigail's schedule is a sometimes Saturday schedule.
I would be interested to see how, because that's disappointing. I thought we would have made more money with the number of, this is from July 1st, right?
Correct.
Okay, well.
We have to get more vendors.
Well, Miss Casanya's event was pretty well. Okay, well, we'll hope for better.
I missed her event because I was away at the time, so I missed that one altogether.
We'll hope for better. That's disappointing.
It is. Disappointing.
Rental income, 14,000. Mayor, you said we're back to normal function, or are we still operating less than usual as far as rentals? Or?
We're a little bit less than usual, but far more active. I mean, well, if you can't get, it's very easy to get far more active than last year, but we're still getting the calls and bookings and things like that. But normally, just to be honest, normally we would be booked up 6 or 7 months ahead of time. We're not that booked up. So, you know, getting the word out or whatever is still something that we have to continue to do.
The rate of that is looking that's looking like we might achieve the budget. Whereas, the bazaar's not. I'd love to see that bazaar doing better than that. Miscellaneous income of 2,000, what is that? That's item 4180 on income.
Don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to check on that and get back to you.
That'd be great. Thank you. Another question. We have 0 code enforcement violations since July 1st. Or I should say 0 fined violations.
As I said, those are on a cash base as well. So as money's turned in, deposited, that would go in there. So I'd have to say no. I mean, the chief may be able to answer that better, but I don't have, I'm only going off of what we've collected.
Okay, that seems low. National Night Out only cost us $150. 5240. Am I misreading that?
That's what I'm seeing. I don't know whether some of those charges were on the credit card. I don't know, what Chief Stone, but what his costs were on that. But based on what's submitted, that's all that's showing up so far.
Okay.
I'm betting there's things that haven't yet been reported.
I was going to say, because that was a pretty large and successful event. 150 seems. Okay, be interesting to see how that grows. And street lighting, Mr. Baden, is that just replacement bulbs or have we added lighting somewhere?
Street lighting is the energy costs associated with street lights.
So not physical bulbs. Okay.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Electric bill for the street lights.
All right. And then we have an expense under ARP already.
Yep, you all had approved that for childcare.
That was the employee expense. Okay. I thought so. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
All right, and thank you for that. Anyone else have any questions for treasurer? Okay, is there a motion to accept the treasurer's report?
I'll make that motion as stated, Mayor.
Is there a second?
Councilmember Mendoza, I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. Ward 1, Ward 2.
Aye.
Ward 3.
Aye.
Ward 4.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. Thank you very much, Mr. Baden. A secondary question to you, Mr. Baden. On performance appraisals, are losing track of time, but are we about to get them?
I'll check tomorrow to see how many I have. I don't have that list in front of me, but I have gotten quite a few. So I'll look to see which ones I'm missing and report back.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so moving on, our next item on the agenda is the police reports and code enforcement. All right, so tonight we have Sergeant Colling here, representing the chief who is at a conference. And thank you for being here, appreciate it.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. It's an honor to be here tonight with you.
Can you get the mic closer to your mouth? You're rocking that beard.
First of all, I would like to thank everyone who helped to make the Colmar Manor College City National Night Out the success it was, from our law enforcement partners, to the fire department, to our volunteers, the elected officials, local organizations, the community, and most important to the residents who came out to support us. And it's a good example of the partnership between the police department, police officers, and the community. Go through this real quick. Is for July, the Colmar Manor Police Department had a total of 116 calls for service, and for August we had a total of 103 calls for service. I'll just give you a few highlights. It is in both months there have been several incidents of cars being broken into up in the shopping center. That's mostly in the area of the IHOP and the CVS. People go up there. They go in for lunch, breakfast. They leave stuff in the car, people come in and break into them. Other than that is unfortunately the town did have a one homicide on July 18th. It was domestic related, and the suspect has been apprehended, and there is no current danger to the community at this time. the other serious incident occurred in August. That was where an officer responded for an assault report, and he himself then was in turn assaulted by a subject who hit him in the head with a brick. I can tell you the officer is doing fine. He has returned to work. Okay, as far as the code enforcement goes, it looks like Mr. Wade has been very, very busy with the tall grass, high grass with all the water and rain that we got. And it looks like, according to his report, is most of them have been corrected. He did issue 2 stop work orders for a house on 40th Place for putting a driveway without a permit. And it looked like on Kearney Road for somebody was building something without a permit. They both been turned over to the county code for further action. And I also like to add is, as everybody knows, is Prince George's County Public Schools did start back on September 8th. The Colmar Manor does have numerous bus stops up and down Newark Road and a few on Newton Street where the children are going to school. We have tried to adjust our staffing schedules to try to accommodate and have officers here, especially in the morning when the little ones are going to school. But in addition to that is we still have to maintain our regular patrols for the shopping centers, Lucky Mart, and other areas of the town. But we're trying to have an officer here as much as we can and still maintain the coverage in the evening too. That's it.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. I appreciate that. Is there any questions?
You know, I have some.
Okay, go ahead.
It's always me, right? 18 disconnect 9. That seems like a lot.
I'm sorry?
18 911 disconnects. That seems like a lot.
It's not really a lot. A lot of times people dial it accidentally. Sometimes like there was a power surge this morning, and sometimes they will trip like alarms and 911 calls. And, people, call, 911, they don't want the police, they do want the police, they don't want the police. But what happens is, as soon as you call 911, is they're going to send an officer until they find out if they don't need an officer. Okay, and it generally goes as an unknown trouble, 911 hang up.
Gotcha. I feel like we've had lower numbers in the past. When it comes down to disorderly, we have disorderly and we have a fight. What's the difference between those two things?
I'm sorry.
You have disorderly on the July column. Disorderly 14, fight 1. Where does a fight fall within? Could disorderly also be a fight? Why is it separated out?
A disorderly could be anything from somebody screaming and yelling to basically acting stupid. Okay, a fight could be 2 people fighting. It could be brother, sister, brother, husband, wife. It could be 2 people on a traffic accident arguing and fighting, So this disorderly does not necessarily mean there's a fight. It means that there's something there and someone has called the police that there's a problem. And generally a fight it may not actually be a fight by the time we get there, but someone has called and said they're fighting.
So that's night before last, we had a rather loud verbal fight on 41st Avenue. It did not come to blows. That would be called disorderly.
Right. They would call that as a disorder. Okay. When there's physical contact, then they consider that as a fight.
I see. Gotcha. So if they're yelling, I'm going to hit you, I'm going to kill you, but they never touch them, it's disorderly.
Disorderly, yeah.
Okay. What are the 10 unknown troubles? At the bottom of the column there, right before the bottom on the green side, on the July side, unknown trouble 10.
That would be very similar to the 911 disconnects. In other words, and it all depends on how the county dispatcher puts it into the system. Okay, because every day we get a thing from the county that says what calls we've had, and you'll see you'll have 911 disconnect and you have unknown trouble. Generally, an unknown trouble is somebody might call the police, say something, and hang up. Okay, and we're not sure exactly what's going on. Where 911 disconnect is someone is just somehow 911 was activated. A lot of fax machines will do it sometime, especially in the rain. Telephone lines get wet. It creates havoc. And another one is someone calling New York's area code is 919. So if people inadvertently will dial 911. and that kind of stuff. So that would be considered like a 911 hang up or 911 disconnect. But an unknown trouble is they've heard something, they're not sure what's going on, so they're going to dispatch police.
Okay, got you. On the next column over, one more question for you. There we have a loud music complaint. I've talked with the chief before about what's the difference between a party and loud music, and don't they come into one another's territory sometimes? We have one loud music complaint, but we've had a number of issues this summer. If a citizen knows that the council has direct connection to our police and calls us, and we call you or we text you, does that get recorded as a complaint or does it not?
What will happen, this information is based upon what was provided by us to the county or the county provides us. In other words, someone for the calls that you see around here, someone called Prince George's County Police, whether they call 911 or whether they call the non-emergency number. Okay. Well, some of it is like an officer don't see any calls on the radio. I'll be out at this location with this. Okay. So in other words, a lot of times if you tell us the citizen said there's loud music here, okay, the officer will more likely just go up there. He may not call out to the county and say, hold me out here. He should, because that should be standard procedure, but he may not call out on the radio that I'm here. He may just go up and say, hey, got to complain about the noise, you got to turn down.
So if we want each and every noise complaint recorded, how do we get that done?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. There's two ways is, the citizens or you guys yourselves, it could actually call the non-emergency number, the 301-352-1200, or, and we can certainly just, encourage you officers, if we're texted by you that there's an issue that when we get there is we should call out on the scene. That doesn't always mean the county is going to put it in there, but we should at least call out and it should be documented that way.
So we're not really recording in-house complaints.
Generally, the only way it is to use an example, if someone calls the station or they come up here or you call me or something like that, and I notify the county, I said, hold me out with a station call. And then I'll either tell them I'm here at this address, or I will tell them the address I'm at or the address where the incident occurred. That way they can put it into the system. If the officer never notified the county that he's out someplace, the county police would have no idea and would not be able to put it on their official CAD records.
I see. Okay, it would be great to be able to have an actual accounting. And if the mayor texts you and says there's a loud party, and then 20 minutes later, Malik texts you and says there's a loud party, and then 25 minutes later, I text you and I say this. Is that 3 complaints or is that no complaints?
What? It
sounds like a no.
Complaints, okay, but the issue is unless the officer actually notifies the county, okay, that he's received a complaint and he's on the scene or something like that, it won't be officially recorded for the county purposes. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen, okay?
So like this is county only.
Right. These are the stats that the chief pulled off from the county records. But basically, he goes in there and says, "Give me all the calls for Colmar Manor," and this is what comes up.
I wish we could also include in-house.
Well,
it would be a more honest accounting of what's actually going on in town.
Like I said, it wouldn't necessarily, like I said, the officer would actually should. And I emphasize should notify the county dispatcher of when he's on a call. Any place in town, he should notify the county that I'm on a call. That way, God forbid, I responded for that one thing and I get hit head with a brick. Okay. Had I not called out on that, they would have known where I was. Okay. So anytime the officer is actually going to be going out doing an enforcement action or something similar, or investigate something, he should notify, because if I go on the radio and start screaming for help, they need to know where I am.
Is a warning considered an enforcement action?
I'm sorry?
Is a warning considered an enforcement action? Yes. So if we alert one of our police officers that there's a very loud party, like the one the other night that was audible into Bladensburg, I'm slightly exaggerating, and that officer goes there and gives a warning to the resident, that is recorded as an enforcement action.
He should notify the county dispatch, hold me out whatever address he's at, with a loud party complaint, loud music complaint, whatever he wants to put it down at, and that way it's recorded, okay? And then he'll give a clearance code as to what action he took.
Okay, great. I have one more question for you. If a citizen sees one of our police officers in a single location for a long period of time, what are the possible explanations for what that police officer might be doing?
He could be sitting up there monitoring the area to prevent crime. He could be completing reports. He could be checking emails.
So there's absolutely legitimate reasons for one of our police officers or any of our police officers to be sitting in one location. They could be surveilling the area.
Absolutely.
Could they also be perhaps, do our officers ever take lunch breaks in their automobiles?
I'm sure they do, yes.
Okay, so that's another option for a possibility. And then one more question. When our officers are doing moonlighting security through our agreement with you, are you allowed or are you expected to use our automobiles and our uniforms?
We are allowed to, yes, by our policy.
And that's in our agreement with you.
Yes.
That's important for our citizens to know because I think it's confusing. I understand it because of some conversations I've had with you and with Chief. I think it's important for our citizens to understand what our agreements with our police officers are and how we, quote unquote, might sweeten the deal for you all. And that's happening in all kinds of communities and that's common practice. I would encourage you and the Chief to not only, maybe educate the new council on some of those things, because I was completely unaware that even such a thing existed.
Yes.
And I think our citizens are in a state of unawareness about that as well. So that when, if they see you or Officer Chavez or Officer Merritt or whomever, maybe at the Ethiopian church doing off-duty security, they see you in our car, they think, oh, well, what's he doing over there for 2 hours?
Right.
And,
Well, in that case, he is working what we call authorized secondary employment, okay? And the church and now even Compare Foods has entered into an agreement for us to provide security. In other words, we're a visible police presence. Not only do we serve there, but should an emergency occur in town, is you've got police and you're not paying for them. Okay, you have visibility. You're not paying for by the simple fact that there's a police car sitting there with red, blue lights on. You got an officer in uniform that the town is not paying for. But if something happens, he's going to respond.
Gotcha.
So
That's something I didn't know, and my brother was a police officer.
Right.
I didn't know that those kinds of things were negotiated for.
Yes.
So I think it would be really great for our citizens to have a primer on that and really understand how it is that we really function with our police department. Because I can understand why they might, they're like, what's going on with the guys? And we're not telling them exactly when you guys work because we don't necessarily want ne'er-do-wells to know when you're not working. So they don't necessarily know how long your shifts are.
Yeah.
So that means if you're
like
breaking, they don't understand why you're breaking.
With the secondary employment, it varies from times and dates. Okay, it could be on this day, this time, but the times and dates can always vary. Okay, we don't like to really tell people what our shifts are for exactly the reasons you said, because they're here, they're not here. So no, we'll be more than happy to tell you what our shifts are. But we don't want to really put out there to the public what our exact shifts are.
Right. And one more question. How far afield could our citizens expect to see one of our officers doing off-duty policing? Is it always here in Colmar Manor, or do you all have contracts with?
No, I personally work a little grocery store over in Bladensburg. That is, when I was a Bladensburg police officer, I had it. When I retired from Bladensburg, I asked her if she wanted me to continue to do it since I no longer work for Bladensburg. She said she was fine with me do it. I asked Chief Stone. He says, I have no problem doing it.
I'm not attacking you. I want you to know I'm helping to educate the citizens. So if we see you in Bladensburg for 2 hours, we're not paying you.
You're not. No, you're not paying.
Okay. Are they? And what about the gasoline costs in our car?
That's reimbursed? I believe it's like $25 a pay period, something like that, for most officers.
I see. Okay. So there is some wear and tear on our vehicle for off-duty work, but as far as you're being paid for that, and then there's some reimbursement.
Now, the only exception is if I'm working in the evening, I will go home and eat because I live in Bladensburg.
Gotcha. Okay. I mean, it's reasonable to expect to see your cars in neighboring communities because we also have reciprocal agreements with other.
We have mutual aid agreements with other agencies to provide assistance, just like they come over and assist us when we need help. Yes.
Got it. Thank you for the information. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that. So I have a question about response to other towns. I may be wrong, but I think with our mutual agreements, particularly in the port towns, are we doing vehicle stops?
We should not be doing vehicle stops. Basically what it is if I'm in Colmar Manor and I hear like Evanston or Cottage City, they have a situation and, you know, the county will ask, is there a unit to back them up? Okay, because the county's busy. Yeah, we'll back them up. We are not the primary officer, okay? Is the officer who has original jurisdiction is the primary officer. We're there to assist him, okay, to make sure, number one, he gets the help he needs, that he doesn't get hurt, and then, and then what, you know, and to do what they have to do, okay? Officers should not be making traffic stops out of their jurisdiction, absolutely. They should not. They have no authority to.
Okay. Now, in terms of like when you see a car stopped and there's like 6 or 7 police cars at that stop from multiple jurisdictions, and what kind of situations does that come about?
Well, generally what it is for some reason the original officer feels that he needs additional officers. Okay, if he's outnumbered like 3 to 1, 4 to 1, it's better to have more of us than more of them. Okay.
And if he runs the tags and finds that somebody has a warrant or something like that out there, he's going to call for some help for who's in the area, right?
Right. Or if the person may be wanted for a crime that you already know of, you know, or you could have seen something in the car, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Basically, it is, you know, when you see a lot of officers, it's basically for officer safety purposes. In other words, there's sufficient officers on the scene to hopefully control the situation to avoid getting out of hand.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. I wanted to ask, and I don't think you can probably answer this question, but you can certainly convey it. I'm looking at the code compliance report, and so there's some things on here that I'm trying to clear my head. So on 713, there is one here for a possible dead tree, and it's September 13 and it's open. So I'd be curious about some of these things that are open. There's a high grass item here, 2 of them on 729, which are open. So I wouldn't imagine that a high grass violation could stay open more than a week at the most.
Right. I couldn't speak as to what Mr. Wade's dispositions mean.
Okay.
I would assume where it says compliant, okay, that means they've taken care of the problem. Let me check here. Let's see. And where it says non-compliant, I'm not sure. The open, I see where it says for the dead tree, it says it's opened. And then apparently he sent them a warning letter on the 24th, a certified letter, gave them 15 days to respond to it. Actually, should have occurred the other day. And like I said, the closed ones, they've been taken care of.
Sure.
Okay. I couldn't tell you why something would still be considered as opened. Well, I understand why the dead tree would have been considered as open, but is anything else in there illegal dubbing? I don't know why that would be considered as open. Or the construction reported to the Prince George's County Code Enforcement that's open because now that's been transferred to them, so there's no final disposition on that.
And I would want to ask the question, and this can be just brought back to us so we have a better understanding. Like on 7.6, where it says non-compliance, I should be able to assume that a ticket was written for that, since it clearly says that there was a non-compliance that existed. Yeah, I think we probably need some more clarification on what these dispositions really mean, because I don't know what's the difference between compliance and cleared.
Well, I don't want to.
And closed. There's like 3 different things that indicate
I
closed.
agree with you. Even for me, it's very confusing for me. You know, I don't dabble in code enforcement too much. Okay, I understand some of it, you know, but especially when I worked at Blazeburg, is we used to work hand in hand with the code enforcement, so I kind of understand what they do and how they do it. I know generally if there's a violation, they will give them a notice. You need to take care of this. Okay.
Right.
And then if they don't take care of it, is they can either a lot of times what they'll do is they'll send the public works crew out to do an abatement, and they'll do a tax lien on the property. And very, very seldom do they actually issue a citation to somebody. I know that in they don't do that in Bladesburg. Okay, generally it is you want the citation to be the last resort. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I understand some people just you have to keep it moving sometimes though, but is it possible, could you ask the chief if Mr. Berry can join us at our next work session?
Okay.
So that everybody has an opportunity to ask questions about, the processes and the dispositions and what they mean. So you guys can prepare what you want to talk about. All right, that's all I have. Is there a motion to accept the police report?
I'll make that motion as stated, Mayor.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, I'll call for a vote. Ward 1.
Aye.
Ward 2.
Aye.
Ward 3.
Aye.
Ward 4.
Aye.
And Mayor votes aye. Thank you guys very much. All right, so we're going to open up to I want to first, before we do, let's do our community report so that we'll open it up again for resident comments, and they'll be able to comment on the community reports as well. So who do we have talking about the garden club tonight?
I have been tasked to simply give you a very short report, and that is that the Garden Club was very delighted to have the University of Maryland students here on August 27th. And they are actually hoping to invite a few of them back in October to put the gardens to bed. And in addition, this Saturday, unfortunately, at the same time as our town cleanup, the Garden Club is meeting from 10 to 12 in the West Garden, 10 to 12 this Saturday, the 18th in the West Garden. And that's it.
Okay. Okay, is there any report on our green team?
Sure, I can report. So Green Team had a joint Green Team meeting with Cottage City on July 20th. And we discussed a number of issues such as in initiatives, non-toxic mosquito trap, tree canopy inventory, doing the tree canopy inventory, and developing pollinator gardens, beehives at the Cottage City Garden. We also talked about the necessity of creating a CERT team. CERT stands for Community Emergency Response Team. And it is important for us to build resilient communities ready to withstand any types of threats and hazards that we may face. Next meeting that we meet, which will happen on September, let me check the calendar, 21st, our next Green Team joint meeting. We invited a few CERT representatives who can guide us on how to do this. And that's shortly the report. There's much more. There's a whole page, but I think.
Well, of course, because you were there.
Well, and I did the notes for that meeting, so there's like a whole page.
That's awesome. That's great. Thank you for that. Recreation Council.
Vivian, you got it. Good. Yay. I can shut up.
So I have a report from former council member Ward 3, Vivian Jackson. So the recreation report, we just want to thank everyone for coming out to the ice cream social that was held September 3rd. We were able to give out 50 book bags with school supplies. It was an ice cream social, so we had about 100 kids and adults that were supplied with all kinds of different varieties of ice cream. We met last night, the Recreation Committee, to plan the next event. It's the Halloween Harvest Festival.
Harvest Fest.
It's Harvest Fest. So we do need volunteers. So if you would like to join or volunteer with the recreation committee, please call the town hall, or you can email one of us and we can get you that information. Our next meeting will be Monday, October 4th at 7 p.m. So check your email for that location. And that's it. Thank you, Vivian.
All
Probably
right.
there.
Thank you, Vivian. All right, so do we have a report? You reporting on AWS?
Yes, I am. Well, I haven't met with them for the month of September, but I do have some updates. As of tomorrow, they will be doing a virtual happy hour with the co-founder of Capital Nature to kick off their 5th annual BioBlitz, which is basically the census of the nature world. So they basically have the community go out and document different species that are inside of their communities. And it's pretty interesting. It's a good way to get together. Beyond that, they're going to be doing activities all this week. It's on their calendar. I didn't get a chance to look at the calendar. So from tomorrow into next Wednesday, you can find updates for different activities to do with the Anacostia watershed.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Thank you for that. Did you share with them that Councilmember Hobbs fell in the water and said it was very clean?
I didn't know she fell in the water.
Yeah, just go ahead because that's like a really big deal. I mean,
No, I joined the Anacostia Swimmers Club, you know? Well, I mean, that's what they call it. Yes. Well, I was assured by our sculling master, sculling teacher. I took a few sculling classes on the Anacostia watershed site. I encourage everyone to join, a very affordable. They did the community challenge. I don't know, it was challenging for them. I know because of the amount of emails I received to get the 8 people to join. So they were doing like the 8 people boats. I was doing individual boats, but I was assured by a seasoned master that the Anacostia is swimmable in some parts on certain days, and not after the rain, but they do test water. I know regularly there are certain sensors placed at different locations, and you can log in and test, see the water quality on the website. That was my little story of joining the club.
Definitely a sober club now. I see it.
Yeah.
yes, that's right. You know, I mean, I've been, you know, around and involved in from AWS back when my children were first on End Time Harvest Ministry, Port Towns Youth Council, and to see progress means so much, you know. And I heard some people saying that they've seen the bald eagle on the river. It's just a real big deal. They will not come to a dirty place.
Just saw it yesterday.
You did too?
I've seen 2. Yeah, I've seen
that's
2 of them. Just, you know, you're walking on shallow waters.
Makes me feel really, really good. I remember the day when I went to remodel my house and took in the diagrams, and they said, well, you have to follow all of these rules because you're in the Chesapeake Bay critical area. And we said, why? And they said, well, because there's a river, the Anacostia. And we're like, there's a river here? That's how, I mean, seriously, we're like, there's a river here? So good to see. Thank you for that report. ASA, do we have an ASA?
AFA is I've been in touch with Megan Bacco, and they use the they them pronoun. They are going to be, well, first of all, we're going to have a board meeting on September 23rd, which I will be attending, and I'll report back to you guys from that. Megan is going to be visiting Colmar Manor at least 3 times. They are coming to walk with Kurt, if it has not already happened. Did I miss that, council member?
No,
Mendoza?
not yet.
Okay, I think they're coming to walk with Kurt to look at potential participation in the Harvest Fest. And then we have 2 other proposed walks. One would be the proposed pathways through, or the walking tours through our town. And another is a potential project that we will inform the council with later on. Yes.
Awesome.
So, and
Awesome.
that's my complete report on that.
So I want to ask a couple of questions. I mean, I was royally, there was lots of Star Spangled Banner trail flags in Salisbury. That's where we had the MML retreat. And I'm just wondering, that's one thing I would like to see if ATHA could help us get some things like that, because I believe we are on the Star Spangled Banner Trail, but we don't have the flags up or anything like that. The other question I was going to ask is about the fence at Magruder and the fence at Market Masters. If there's anything ATHA can do to help survive them, because they are really sad. And I mean, and even if they came to all of us as towns and the port towns and add, you know, like matching something or whatever, I mean, we shouldn't let those fences look that way.
I can give you a couple of pieces of info. I'm on the board of Prince George's Heritage, which operates Magruder. ATHA's not there anymore. They actually sprung from us at one point, but they're not housed in that house anymore. And the fence is on this year's maintenance plan. Over the last 3 to 5 years, we've spent almost $500,000 putting on a new cedar roof, restoring the windows, painting the windows, restoring the front porch. Some really interesting photographs were found by one of our members from one of the daughters of a president in the 19th century who was a photographer, and she had a picture of Magruder House back in like 1846 or something. So and actually the fence looks kind of like it did back then. Market Master's house was sold by the Aman Trust. So it is no longer in a trust hands. It is actually it is privately owned.
It's privately owned.
They chose to sell the house. The gentleman who was actually living in the house for Aman Trust and sort of caretaking wanted to purchase it. So Aman Trust chose to sell the house to him, which is he's a lovely gentleman, but now it's in private hands. So the potential for it to move into another hands, personally speaking, it gives me some anxiety. But they did that so that they could put money into the Bostwick property in Bladensburg. And now there is another, Aman is now going forward with another effort to try to work with University of Maryland and Bladensburg to continue the potential restoration and reuse of Bostwick. So that's why Market Master's house is no longer, it's in private hands. It still has its historic marker and it is still a historic property, so it's protected, but it's not, it could go to anybody if this person decided to sell it. So.
Oh, wow. Anyway, wow. Yeah, that's shocking, but I don't know. Maybe, I mean, we had facade money at the Port Town CDC. Maybe ATHA could look for some facade money too. So even if we gave the money to private owners, so, you know, if they need help fixing it or whatever, it's still, you know, we have these 4 historic houses right here in front of our face, and just to let them not, you know, live and be presented is sad. But thank you for that report. Am I missing, it's a PGCMA report?
PGCMA will be meeting. I'll send you guys the link we're still going virtual. So virtual meeting, our first meeting of the year for the new year, this Thursday at 6:30. And our guest will be County Council Chair Calvin Hawkins. So he's going to do Q&A. So definitely send you guys that link. So if you have any questions, get it to us so we can get it to Mr. Hawkins.
Did you say 6:30, council member?
6:30, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll get you the link tonight, I promise.
Thank you for that. I got to spend my board time with your wonderful president, or our wonderful president, Panora.
She's awesome.
Mayor Panora, awesome. We went up together. So we got to really talk about what's going on in our towns at the board meeting. I guess I'll just report, MML is doing a strategic plan right now. And we're going to be doing that over the next year. And so we had the kickoff there. Any of you who can think about things that you think are important for MML to contribute to us, let me know so that I can get that on the plate. And President Day, this is one of the things that he wants to do now as far as his tenure here. And so as soon as you can think of it, one thing that did come up was really putting more emphasis on bringing our staff through MML, because MML was just pretty much elected officials for quite a while, but they've had public works. They have a public works, they have a rec department, they have code enforcement. And so folks who are talking about how we're fortunate, we've had graduates, Jerome and Kayla had both graduated for the Academy of Excellence. But they were just saying how a lot of towns hadn't really done that, and they could start pushing for that a lot more in order to help the town staff really start to understand government better. But if you have any thoughts, let me know. Any other reports I'm missing right now? Oh, my Hispanic Outreach Committee. I know I see Ms. Katsanas on, and that she has her hand up. If you want to make a community comment, you can do that after your report. And I apologize, but I haven't gotten you that document yet, but since we have this committee, I want to go ahead and hear about it.
Thanks. Yeah,
Here.
actually, hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi everyone, good evening. So just part of the Hispanic Outreach Committee, I honestly was on vacation, so I haven't done much with it. I'm waiting to get the information from the mayor so that we can create some type of, I guess, a proclamation to kind of put it in place. I just want to just keep on advocating for interpretation. So I noticed that CASA was there tonight. And, you know, the crazy thing is that I think Morena from CASA reported something, and I saw them outside, and none of the ladies who were there understood what took place. So to me, that's just kind of like, it's crazy because you have, you know, a group of people that are there advocating for a cause that's important to them, but they don't understand what everyone else is saying, and they don't understand or can't follow the meeting. So to me, like I mentioned this to them as well. I'm like, okay, I understand what we're advocating for in regards to the non-citizen voting, but please don't forget that interpretation is a necessity. So just again, advocating for it. I know that you're tasking us to kind of do it, but I want to share that responsibility with the mayor and the council too. I feel like I have a lot on my plate, yeah, that's the report out from the Hispanic Outreach Committee. I know that we were thinking about possibly doing something for Hispanic Heritage on Wednesday, but again, we just weren't able to get it together. So I'm just going to post to the group to see if there's an interest in doing something to commemorate Hispanic Heritage Month, as the mayor mentioned in that park, Ms. Blue Park. What I do want to kind of say is that I know that Cottage City has a couple of things going on, which I think are amazing. So I want to try to get the information for the English classes that they're hosting there. And I also saw an email about the Day of the Dead celebration that they're having on October 2nd. So I think whenever possible, if we can kind of do joint work with Cottage City, especially if they're doing events like this for Hispanic Heritage or any other type of event, I think that would really help leverage resources between the two towns.
Yeah, it was going pretty good there for a while when we only had one speaker, but when we wind up with both speakers, there was the echo. I want to hear was something about Cottage City. Monica, if you could repeat what you said.
So Cottage City has English classes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sure. Cottage City has English classes, and they're also having a Day of the Dead celebration on the 2nd of October. And so I've attended in the past. Like I know that they did they rented out a bus one year, and we went to the Smithsonian Center, and they were doing something for Hispanic Heritage Month. So I just think whenever possible, I'm not sure if the towns communicate with each other, but we should definitely figure out how to kind of leverage resources, especially when it comes to English classes, when it comes to these type of cultural events. And I would even say with interpretation, because I think that's an issue that both towns have in common, if not all the surrounding towns.
All right.
Like the voice of the Wizard of Oz. Pay no attention to that man.
Thank you for that. One of the things that Monica and I had talked about, and she was bringing forward, Cottage City is doing English teaching classes. And maybe they had asked us some questions back before when we were doing the budget, but I had asked some questions and I never got answers to. Dan, can you reach out to Consuela about, what they're doing? Because I didn't get costs. I didn't get what days of the week. And I had asked those questions, but I never got those answers. Do you call it ESOL? They speak. Yeah, is that right? Is that what we call those?
Yeah, it's ESOL, English for Speakers of Other Languages.
TESOL, Teaching of English for Speakers of Other Languages.
Right. And so, Monica, I'll just let you know that we have, with the leadership of Councilmember Hobbs, working with Dan, have actively started the process of bringing in interpreters and working out what the details will be. And in our work session, we had a pretty intense conversation on how we wanted to do that and what was going to work best. And I think we're going to start with the town meeting and then gradually move over to the work session. But, we have things to work out with these masks on our face, how it will work for the interpreter. But I just want to let you and your group know that we're on that. It's active. So we're Nope. He's acknowledging you. I'm sorry.
Hello. Oh, there it is. Hello, Monica. Last work session, just a week ago, we have actively discussed the issue of introducing interpreters into the council session, possibly work session. But for us now, it is challenging on how we can do it. So, for instance, the issue is twofold. On one hand, we're still doing remote transmission now of our meetings. And so one option is to have an interpreter on Zoom. We'll have 2 simultaneous interpreters switching every 30 minutes on Zoom. We cannot have them both ways. We cannot have them in person and on Zoom. So we just have to find maybe a compromise for whichever option we would decide to go with. And it seems like if people are interested in joining on Zoom and listening in Spanish, it would be easy for them. They don't have to come in here. They will just have to select the correct channel and listen to the session in Spanish. For the situation like this, like today, we had like a big presence of people who require interpretation. We could have potentially invited if we are if we know in advance maybe that accommodation is needed, then we can provide that. But yeah, it was going forward was like the COVID situation and mask mandates. That's pretty much the issue that we were trying to decide which medium to engage in. And I think going forward, it's going to be Zoom. And I would like to let you know, we appropriated more money to this issue last work session. We started doing research on interpreters, and we are using Maryland Court Interpreter Registry for qualified interpreters. That's a good pool of vetted interpreters. And the town will be reaching out to them individually and soliciting them for work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that update. And we actually took a vote to put the money aside to do it as well. So we've made that commitment in our budget moving forward. So thank you so much for your report. I appreciate you. All right, do we have any missing reports? Okay, with that said, do we have any resident comments? Additional resident comments? Please raise your hand if you want to make a comment. I don't see any. So
I have my hand raised.
Oops, who is it?
It's me again, sorry.
Oh, Monica. Oh, okay, go ahead.
So I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of the meeting with Gus. I'm not sure, what did they hand in? Because I wasn't privy to it. And I know that you were talking about researching, Mary, you were talking about researching non-citizen voting and how it's part of like how you're looking into it as how it's what it means to be a citizen in the US and whatnot. I had actually Casa had reached out to me and I had asked me like just what we can do in regards to
Yeah, that'll work too. Does someone have their Zoom on in the room? Now. No. Does he? I'll do it. I'll go highlight all the areas that I think we need to be aware of so I can do it. 1.2. Does that include Austin? they're not gonna pay you directly. It's gonna have to come out of the town funds. So this is all, you know.
She can't hear me.
So.
I can hear you
Ma,
now.
you want to try again?
Yeah, sure.
You'll have
So I just wanted to ask what Casa had presented, because I didn't see the first part of the meeting. What I do know is that Casa had reached out asking what can be done to educate people in regards to non-citizen voting. And so what I recommended to them was have a Zoom, invite people, council members, community residents alike. I would even invite participating towns or people that are interested to learn more about what this is. So I emailed the senior lead organizer on that. I haven't heard back. But if you can follow up, or whoever you're communicating with at Casa, I'm not sure that Morena is necessarily doing that. So I don't know if it's something that you feel comfortable reaching out to whomever she's working with to kind of see, because I have familiarity with it, but I too would like to be educated on, and I'm sure that other people would be interested as well. Because I for sure, obviously I support it, but I think in order to talk about it in a way that benefits all of us, it's worthwhile to get educated on what this means. And I know that there was interest again from Cottage City about getting information in regards to non-citizen voting. So that was one thing. That was in regards to Casa and the non-citizen voting. I had a question in regards to the hall rental. I know that we were talking about people having parties and all of this. So my question is, a way to possibly mitigate that is either making people aware of what the hall rental policy is, what it costs for people, especially for people in the town, because a lot of people don't know. That's something that people have asked me about. So that's a comment in regards to the hall rental, and if the town is open, if even the space is open to host cultural things and whatnot. So that's just a question that I have. I also wanted to talk about the bazaar. So I wanted to thank Irina and Malik and all the council members that have supported and have come out. There are expenses that are associated with the bazaar. And so I've mentioned this before. I personally would have a vision of what this could look like. And it's very town inclusive. It's not one person, one promoter coming in and doing this. For me, it's very town centric. And so I kind of would like some clarity in regards to how the bazaar came about, what the vision is for the bazaar, but there are expenses associated with it. Just to kind of address what you were saying, Doug, I charge when I host the bazaar $25 because we're on a very busy freeway. There is no attraction to make people want to stop to come and purchase items at a bazaar. So I spend money at the last one to have a DJ there. I finagled to have a cotton candy machine there from the guy that rented us the Moonbounce for National Night Out. But it would be great if the town could support me with that. So there definitely are expenses that are incurred. It's just not by the town, it's by me. So I wanted to give a shout out to Alexandra Peterson, who is a Colmar Manor resident who's also a realtor. She gave me $200 as a sponsorship, so I can use that money to pay the DJ. And I also had just other expenses. I had someone there that was doing art activities for kids. So I know that there's money set aside for this bazaar. So I would like to know what the process is for someone like me to tap into that so that I can grow the market. It takes a lot of my time to do that. And again, there needs to be some type of a staple attraction that will bring people in. Just because you say that there will be people there sending stuff doesn't mean that people will stop and come and buy. It just doesn't work that way. So if there's a way that we can have a further discussion about this, or create some type of a committee or whatever it is, I would fully support that. And I just realized, you should have someone kind of, whoever hosts that market should come and report to the town on what expenses were incurred, how much they charged people, if they got paid by the town. I think that's a valid question as well. So that's kind of my report in regards to the bazaar and my requests. And then lastly, I just want to say, I am so sad to hear that Kayla is leaving. I think she's so amazing, and she's really leaving some big shoes to fill. She's the one person that I feel so comfortable coming into the town hall and talking to. She's just very polite, very kind, very generous with her time, and she's super knowledgeable. So I just hope that you can find someone as qualified and as amazing as she is. And just thank you, Kayla, for everything that you've done.
So go ahead.
All right, thank you, Monica. I want to thank you. Thank you for that report. Very thoughtful. I got about maybe 60% of it. Any of you guys hear something that you want to ask him?
Well, as far as clarification, I heard you ask us a question about CASAs when they came and spoke to us. I was trying to get confirmation. Were you giving us information on a source that will give us information on people that have already passed the undocumented citizen voters discussion? Because I heard you saying that it would be a good discussion to have as far as within community in a Zoom type of chat, but I was just looking for confirmation on what you were suggesting for us.
Yeah, so someone from CASA, I think his name is Trevor, emailed me saying, asking, what can we do to kind of help people understand or educate people around the non-citizen voting? And so I suggested, let's have a Zoom. So I haven't heard back from him. Mayor, I don't know if you or if anyone else has open communication with CASA, with people other than Morena, that can possibly host something like this for us, because I've received interest from people in Cottage City too, that are interested in learning more about the non-citizen voting. So I think that, yeah, we should definitely have like a Zoom or a conversation about this, because I get concerned when there's misinformation about non-citizen voting. So I think that they'd be happy to kind of coordinate something like that and invite other towns like Mount Rainier or Hyattsville or Cheverly to come and talk about what the process was like for them.
He said, thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Any questions?
No. Yes? Oh, she can. Okay. Well, I don't, it might be because you come,
Oh, you're on.
Hello. Because of the interview, I can project my voice. Monica.
Morena.
Morena made an appointment with each one of the council and met with us individually and shared her very passionate views and provided with us with some of the ordinances from other communities, showing us how to handle it. I can report that in my meeting with her, she's lovely, and she seemed to be open to some negotiations. And we certainly talked about it in the work session that we don't have to do this like any other community. We can do it like our community. I highly suggest, or I highly support the idea of the Hispanic Outreach Committee being involved in these discussions, because we had a really inspiring and actually, to be honest with you, it brought us closer together as a council discussion. And it was some of the things were difficult to talk about, but we were honest, and I know I can speak for myself. When we left that night, I felt closer to the council. I also felt like there was real hope in the community. There may be some hard discussions to have. And I think your committee or the committee is a great place to have these discussions. And they can be really healing and really opening. One thing everybody needs to understand is we do not live in Brentwood, Maryland. We live in Colmar Manor, Maryland, and a good number of the signatures that she gave us on the petition tonight still say Brentwood. This is not a problem just with Spanish speakers. There are a lot of English speakers. There are a lot of longtime employees of Prince George's County that don't know we exist. So we are Colmar, damn it, Manor. So, so I'm really excited, Monica. I think this is a chance for our community to get together. I mean, when Miss Zelaya met with me, she kind of said, I want it now, I want it now. And I said, well, instead of now, let's do it in the right time. It is an urgent matter, but it doesn't have to happen today. Let's do it in the way that's right for all of us. And let's have some conversations that can really open hearts and minds and bring us together as a community. Because I just think that I've said this before, and you know this, I think we isolate from one another too much. And so I thank you for everything you're doing, and I really appreciate anything you can do to foster that. And as far as I'm concerned, I can only speak for myself, but collaborations with Cottage City or any other town, or bringing under any other speakers in on this, I think of this as a long-term, in-depth exploration of what does it mean to be a voter in this town and in this country as well. So let's go for it.
Inside the room in order to get something working and not working, and who's on and who's off at any given time. But Monica, thank you always for all your thoughtfulness. This topic, as I stated before, as Councilmember Bowles did, we really have gone into in-depth conversation about it. It's not on the shelf. It's right here. And we are continuing working. I've been doing some studying. I know others have started studying. I have not had a conversation with Marina at all yet. So that's something that has to happen in the future as well. So we're moving forward, and we hear you. So thank you for what you're doing. And I'll find out if there's any other comments anybody needs to make. Okay, I'm going to move on to new business as opposed to old business right away, because we've had Mr. Lusk on for a while. I offered to give him the top of the agenda, but he said he'd love to sit to see what we had going on. So, Mr. Lusk, how are you?
Oh, good evening.
Thank you for being here.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right? Is that a yes? Okay, thumbs up. Okay, good evening, everybody. I've been watching Democracy in Action, and I have to commend the mayor and the council for your dedication and commitment to the governance of the town. It's really interesting. I haven't been at a meeting in a while, so it's really interesting to see this play out. I'm going to give you a brief, it's getting very late, update, and I forgot to congratulate Dan Baden on all that work he did on the march to New York City. That's impressive. I really thought you would run for 3 days, Dan, but running for 4 miles is also very commendable. And that's tremendously important. I was actually up in New York City on 9/11, not the one 20 years ago, but the one 4 days ago. First of all, this came up. Congratulations to the town for the National Night Out. And I think Councilman Bowles brought up that we'd only spent $150. That may have been because there were financial contributions made to support National Night Out. I know that the shopping center, did give $500 towards that. So that may be what you're seeing in that report. A quick update on some of the my tenants. As you may be aware, we recently opened an ATM for Chase Bank. We're very proud that the two largest banks in the country both have ATMs at the shopping center. Our Burger King, Sadara tells me, and I see it whenever I'm in town, is doing a great business after a $2.5 million renovation last year. And if you haven't been to Compare Foods recently, they have a very, very nice new fish section. So they're always making improvements and investments in the store. I'm very happy to see that. And if you haven't gotten your vaccine yet, and I was talking to somebody in town the other day who hadn't gotten their vaccine, I pushed him to CVS, where you can get it in the back of the store in the pharmacy section. So I'm very pleased to see that. IHOP, going into IHOP on the weekends is just like the good old days. The place is packed, and there's a half hour, 45-minute wait time. I am extremely proud of all my tenants that they have all made it through the pandemic time, which obviously is not over yet. Unfortunately, because of that damn old Confederacy, those people are so unbelievably stupid. Let's call a spade a spade. They're just delaying everything for everybody. But my tenants have all persevered. I'm so pleased, with what they have done. I'd like to commend the council for the EV chargers. We got my family got a hybrid car, so I'm looking forward to getting it charged in Colmar Manor soon. And the bike share program sounds super. I do have a concern, which I expressed to the mayor and Councilwoman Hobbs. I saw recently that the town had given for $25, they'd let somebody sell food and drink next to our Burger King. And I know they're trying to encourage entrepreneurs, and I think that that's wonderful to encourage entrepreneurs. But my shopping center basically has, we have 12 entrepreneurs out of our 15 tenants, and other businesses in the town of Colmar Manor are very entrepreneurial. So just speaking on behalf of the business community, not just my shopping center, obviously, but for the whole business community, we would appreciate it that you don't sort of bring competition to the existing businesses, which are a substantial part of the tax base. Dan was speaking a little bit about how the tax money rolls in, and I added up some figures while I was listening to everything. And the shopping center and the Burger King and so forth, we pay about $120,000 to the town every year, which is very significant. If we were in an unincorporated part of the county, we obviously wouldn't have that $120,000 charge, which has to be paid by the tenants. That's the way business works. But I feel, listening to the last 3 hours, that we're getting our money's worth because you all are all working very hard to make a wonderful community in Colmar Manor. And we do appreciate your work, very much appreciate the ongoing work of the police department. Feel like we're a partner with them. So having said all of that, I'm happy to entertain any comments or questions, or we can all maybe go home and go to sleep. I'm already at home, so lucky me. Anybody? Was that clear? What I said? Did it come through okay?
Yeah, well, we heard you pretty good. We heard you pretty good. Yeah, it was helpful that you talked a little slow, because then the echo followed slowly behind. But I thank you for coming on. I thank you for that report. In terms of the marketplace, I've pretty much spoken to you about it. The intention is to bring in some additional entrepreneurs, and hopefully, from my perspective, I think that we are seriously going to, if we can become as successful as I would like, that we will be bringing business to the other businesses that are already here, and it'll create an expansion and growth in the businesses. But we're happy to have all that we have, and we got a lot of competition in fast food as it stands, and they seem to support a a growth for all of them by all being there. You know, you come to Colmar Manor like, oh my God, I got 11 choices. Which food do I want today? And the fact that they're all there, you know, you get to pick and choose what those are. I do want to ask you just a question about Compare, because we're still consistently getting the complaints about the prices at Compare. What was his name? The lobby guy, Tony Perez. You know, we had spoken to Tony Perez at one of the meetings when we invited them to a meeting. And I was wondering if you communicate him or them about it, because it's just in my mind, and you know how I feel about us having a grocery store and how important it is that we want them to be successful. But there's a dwindling set of cars in the parking lots. In the parking lot of Compare, it's really very obvious people are going someplace else, and we don't really want to see that happen. So,
first of all, let me say we do not have any. I don't have any tenants who are fast food. I do have tenants who are quick service, and quick service with good food. But fast food sort of has a bad reputation. So you know, it's not just stuff that's warmed up from yesterday. It's prepared specially for you. As far as Compare goes, I do not get into my tenants' pricing. They run their businesses as best they can. But I have had some discussions with them about pricing. When they started off, they they were at a real disadvantage because Super Value did not give them the pricing on all the items. So they've had to adjust to that. I think, you know, we're a year into this. So when you hear that, you know, prices are high compared to XYZ store, you may be thinking about how it was 9 months ago. So if that is a perception, I really would appreciate if you have an example of that, bring it to their attention actually in the store. You know, please speak to them and help them. These are very, very hardworking people, and they really want to do what's best for the community and obviously grow their business. So please be in dialogue. You know, be in discussion with them and say, you know, if you have a product that you can get it, you know, 10% less up the road at some other store, you know, show it to them. So they can see it, because they endeavor to be very competitive price wise, and the produce and fruit section I think is just you know, it's miles beyond what we had with Shoppers and Super Value. It's really fabulous. And as I mentioned earlier, they've just done some things with the fish section, and they're really investing in the business and trying to improve it as much as possible. So give them a chance and be in dialogue with them.
yeah, we'll ask them to come back again to hear from the community as well. Thank you for coming in. I want to ask my council member, anybody have any chat you would like to talk to Mr. Lusk about?
Testing 1, 2. All right, Councilmember Harding here. Mr. Lusk, thank you so much for coming tonight.
Yes, sir.
I share a close relationship with you from working inside of the Port Towns Youth Council. So I've gotten, you know, talk to you about different things that have happened inside of your marketplace. In regards to the bazaar, it is not exclusively for food, and I don't believe that it would detriment your businesses personally, because you guys serve great food. So if anyone's intentions were to come here for food, they're going directly to your food services, because these are places they know, rather than a person that is selling something they haven't had yet, for them to experience something new and then not like it and waste their money. Okay. But I definitely agree with your sentiment as far as standing up for your people that are there already right now. I agree that you wouldn't want to cause conflict with people that are paying money to be in a space. Right. And the large amounts that they're paying as well. Yeah. At the same time, we're rubbing hands together. We're trying to create an atmosphere that's community oriented, and you guys are a part of our community, so we would never want to reflect badly on that.
Okay,
that's my sentiment.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And you know, let me just add one other thing. Councilwoman Hobbs brought to my attention, I'm at the shopping centers a couple times a month personally, but more importantly, we have staff people who are there every day, but they don't see things the way that you see things, and apparently there's a real mess with the clothes bins. So we're working on that. Maybe we'll get them taken over to the town hall where that might be more appropriate, because they're sort of left in the shopping center and not picked up enough, and it's something of a mess. But Councilwoman Hobbs brought that to my attention. So please feel free to call me or email me. Sadara has all my contact information, and I love hearing from all of you and people in the town, because we are partners in this, and have been for, oh my goodness gracious, 32 years. You believe that, Sadara? 32 years. Yeah.
A lot of years. Councilmember Hobbs has something to say.
You're just gonna let him adjust it.
Hello. Okay, great. Mr. Lusk, thank you so much for joining, for being on this call. I appreciate you taking care of the issue so promptly. With the clothes bins, today I witnessed there are no clothes anymore, and I don't know if that was a Penske truck next to them that's going to hold them away or not, but it looks nice, neat, and clean right now. So appreciate that attention to the issue. Thank you.
I have a wonderful property management company, and they're extremely responsive. They really jump on things, but they got to know what the problem is. So we just have to be, informed of things. So thank you. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No worries. So regarding the second issue, the tenants that are where your tenants raising the concerns with you, and on the other hand, the bazaar that is the town is hosting. I don't necessarily see an issue between the two, because the bazaar vendors, they're there only very. No. Hello?
Yeah.
Dispute. Okay. Sorry. So they're there. They come again, maybe every so often. So we don't have them every time or every week. I don't see them as a threat. And if we have food vendors, there are only a couple, and I feel like the foods or the items that they serve are not necessarily in competition with the vendors that you have, the tenants that you have in the shopping center. If anything, the bazaar will bring attention to the town, and eventually people will, I see it, they will explore the area nearby, and they will go and shop in the shopping center. Again, we have not had a bazaar now for, I guess, almost a month or so. So I was mostly concerned also with the vendors who are operating on your property without a permit, and wanted to raise this issue with you, namely the car wash operating on your property. I've seen it a few times with a cardboard sign created. And another vendor was operating there. They're selling juice. So I just want you to be aware of these things happening on your property that you may need to know about, because those people, I doubt if they talked to you or if they have any permission to be on that property. But that's a bigger concern to me.
Great. Well, thank you very much for those comments, and I'm hoping that the will be a huge success for the town, and I like the idea of the various activities. I spoke about the sort of food and vendors, so that's sort of clear what our position is on that. But I mean, there's so many other things that are part of it. Those we were not aware that somebody was washing cars in the shopping center, nor selling juice, and that really, those are forbidden activities. Somebody has to have our permission to operate at the shopping center, and they didn't have our permission. And I talked to Chief Stone about that, and so it's it's clear what we would like to see. They should be told to go someplace else. So all the businesses that we have, the 15 businesses, they've all been vetted. We know who these people are, and they provide goods and services to the town of Colmar Manor. And I'm not going to have somebody selling something in the there in the parking lot that I don't know, and it competes with my own businesses, or is washing cars. I mean, that's great to get your car washed, but we don't know who these people are, and so forth. So yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. You have comments?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Lusk. Can you hear me, Mr. Lusk?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. It's great to see you.
Well, it's nice to see you. So are you the professor who's at Catholic University in the music department?
I'm in actually Howard University in the musical theater department underneath the theater umbrella, and I teach 2 or 3 lessons now. I'm a graduate of Catholic University, but I do still teach a few lessons a week at Catholic, but I'm a full-time professor at Howard University.
Oh, okay.
So yes, that is me. And I find you to be quite a jovial fellow. And every time I'm in your presence, I want to say to you, would you please come to your Burger King and call me? Because I'd love to come share a chicken sandwich with you and just find out more about you. You fascinate me, and you have such a wonderful presence and quite an energy, which I enjoy being around. So I want to lay that down before I do want to share a couple of concerns.
I haven't had a lovely invitation. The professor of music. Okay.
Well, I'm not sure what you said, but you said it with conviction. We're getting quite a vibration and a reverberation in the room.
Yes.
So hopefully I can find out from you later what you said. I did want to bring, I just want to echo a couple of things. I know you to be someone who has run that shopping center in an impeccable way over the years. I've lived here for 12 years, and I shopped in that shopping center for many years before that. And so my concern is that the folks who are running the compare to me are not meeting your standard, because there was indeed not only a fruit seller, but a car wash person in the drive. And when we asked why they were there, they said they were told that they might do that by compare. They said they were given permission. Now, I didn't verify that with compare, so those folks could have been telling an untruth, but that was their explanation. And after they were asked to leave, the car wash fellow did return, and I did photo document him. He was there recently. I'm awfully glad to hear that you have asked to the clothing donation boxes, because as recently as the other day, not only clothing, they're also dropping off tires and furniture. Miss Blue witnessed some people dropping off furniture there the other day. So thank you for having those taken out. And then the last issue I wanted to bring up, and this is sensitive and a little embarrassing to talk about, but someone in one of your central businesses along the strip is treating the back of your business kind of like the back stoop, and it's a little disrespectful to people's homes who are facing the back of your business. I've asked Miss Blue for her permission to use her name, and she said I could. Just the other day, a gentleman came out of the back of one of your businesses, walked in front of Miss Blue to a property that's just across the street, and engaged in public urination right in front of her. Urinating on a property that's we've had trouble with already and has had cameras installed. And so I'm appealing to you. I don't know if some of those businesses might not have restrooms inside. I'm not sure. But if you could please ask your businesses to remember that their back door is our citizens' front door, it would really be great, because that was embarrassing and shocking. And then with that, I will shut up. But thank you. Your Burger King is kept looking like a model Burger King, and it's always so impeccable. I don't ever have to clean it up, and I do have to sometimes clean up the Kentucky Fried Chicken. So
I'm not the. I was just saying I'm not the landlord for Kentucky Fried Chicken, but Councilman Bowles, I'm really upset to hear what you just said. If you could tell me, which store that is, so that we can speak to them. All the stores do have restrooms, in them, and there's no excuse for that kind of behavior. My tenants, I know my tenants very well. I'm very proud of them. There's 3 or 4 of them that are second generation, and they're, in my experience, extremely respectful of the community and of their customers. And I just feel I have model tenants. I mean, most of these, of course, are immigrant families. They're first generation, or sometimes second generation, and they all shoulder the enterprise and make headway in this country. I mean, to me, they're American success stories, tremendous success stories. If you go to the nail salon, for instance, that basically is an extended Vietnamese family. I remember going in the nail salon a few years ago, and I was talking to an older gentleman, and it was like the 40th anniversary of the fall of Saigon. And I said to him, "Where were you in the fall of Saigon?" And he said, "I was in the South Vietnamese Army." I said, "What happened?" He said, "I went to re-education camp for 5 years, but by the grace of God, I got to California in the around the year 2000, and now he's here, along with a wife and 2 children." So I mean, they're amazing people and amazing stories. So, but I will get in touch with you, and we'll have a Whopper. Actually, we have this great Impossible burger, so we should have an Impossible burger together. The inside of the Burger King, if you haven't been there, is extremely attractive. And we also have a little sign there from the celebration 7 years ago of the Battle of Bladensburg. Talking about the battle. It's in English and in Spanish, done by folks at ATHA. So thanks everybody very much for your time, and thank you so much for your dedication to moving Colmar Manor forward. And I do think it is the best town in Maryland. So and has been for a long time, but under your leadership, it's getting even better.
You want to say something?
Just thank you for joining us, Mr. Lusk.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lusk. I really appreciate you joining us, hanging out with us for the while that you did. And we are going to, as we do, stay in touch. Since COVID, I've missed our meetings at IHOP. But we'll get back there again. Just let me know when you'll be around town again.
Yeah, well, you got to get back to IHOP, because when you come in, Miss Dion, she sees you and she knows what you want, and she usually has it within 5 minutes without you even having to say something. So our people there really understand their customers, which is part of the joy of being a landlord here. So
absolutely. So thank you. And you can stay for our last item, or you can go ahead and do whatever. Thank you so much for calling in. We appreciate it.
We have a steadily accumulating number of citizen comments. Do we want to read those?
Oh.
Do we want to give citizens a chance to?
How can we?
Okay, so I think we've seen a trail of comments coming across. So I'd like to ask anybody who wants to raise their hand, who would like to make their comment in person, can make a comment.
Sure, I would.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Monica.
So just back to the bazaar, Mr. Lusk. One of the things that I really appreciated about attracting people to come to the event was that they see space that's not being used and they're like, oh, maybe I can actually open up a restaurant here. So I would say, first off, thank you for all of your support. But then secondly, I would ask you to rethink your comments about the competition that one barbecue vendor makes once a month on the business of Burger King or any other chicken spots. So I think instead of kind of putting something out like that, we should think about how can we attract people to our town and make it a place, Mama, espera, make it a place that people want to visit and come and eat at. So I would definitely welcome like again, a conversation about the potential for the market and how we can actually, Mama, how we can attract more businesses to our area. So I don't really know if there's some type of like a chamber of commerce or if there is any type of like a monthly business meeting or quarterly business meeting. I know that Brentwood has one. So I would love to join that and just hear more and really the intention isn't to get people from out of Colmar Manor to come and vend or do anything at the market. What I'm hoping to do is foster people that live within Colmar Manor to really like capitalize on their skills and to have this be like a what do they call it? Like a micro business generator.
Great. Well, thank you very much for those comments. In the Mayor Sadar and I had an occasional, maybe 3 or 4 times a year, luncheon meeting with a lot of the business people. So there hasn't been an actual Chamber of Commerce business group, but that functioned like that. And maybe Mayor Sadar, we can get that going again as the COVID winds down.
All right. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Really good points. And yes, before COVID, we did meet at least twice a year with the whole business community, whoever the businesses would be, communicate what we have going on, find out what their needs are. And when COVID kind of comes down a bit, we'll do that again. So thank you all for those comments. I'm going to move on now to our old business item, which is the purchase of the car. Before I go on that purchase of a car, because it's sort of, this is new business, old business is the, so this is the extra piece I gave you from Crown Castle on behalf of T-Mobile. I mentioned a little bit about it, but Mr. Baden, if you can reach, they asked to have an informative meeting. I believe we need to meet with these people at the next work session, find out what is their intentions and make sure that they understand ours. This is a 5G. It looks like, well, they didn't say 5G, but I know that's what it is. Yeah, where they're planning on putting an antenna up. I don't know if anybody's any good at finding latitudes and longitudes because I tried it on Google Earth. It's on Bladensburg Road, but I couldn't get to the exact number. You guys do your homework beforehand. Look up some of this G5 antennas. I'm unclear about something that came from Comcast. Dan, did you, because I saw you do a follow-up email about what were their plans, because they were planning to do something here at the town hall. Oh, to get the video. Yeah, okay, gotcha. I hope that's what that is. So the thing is, this was a really big issue at MML for a couple of years, and we, all the municipalities were trying to get the state to explicitly give us authority over whether these folks can be in our right of way. And also we get paid by Comcast and Verizon to be in our right of way. And so now these antennas can come in. Well, we got lambasted by the, what was it, the FCC that literally gave them all this permission without us. And it'll be the first time since the telephone company that we don't get paid for some, I mean, we get paid for the Bladensburg Road being in our right of way. Yeah, the state pays us to be in our right of way. So anyway, the only options that we had and everybody went around was to create ordinances around aesthetics, which gives us the authority to say what it can or cannot look like. And I will have Mr. Barr to rev that ordinance up again and get it to the council so that they can actually read the ordinance. We did it in combination with a whole lot of other municipalities, so we had something similar. But the whole idea was to at least give us an opportunity, because if you go out and you Google some of these antennas, they can be atrocious. And if you have T-Mobile come in, and then you have Sprint come in, and then you have somebody else come in, and they're all building things on top of one another that don't look alike, I mean, I think it will be visual garbage if we don't have control over it. So I wanted to put that there so you guys can start. I'm asking Mr. Baden to see if they can bring the people to a meeting and talk to us at our next work session. And so check it out, be prepared to ask questions and things like that, I would say.
So there can be multiple towers. They wouldn't be required to all attach their equipment to one tower.
Nope, they're all individually.
And these would look like these very tall cell towers that we're seeing all around?
Yeah, they come in varying ways. So this one specifically, when you read it, their intention is to attach. What is it?
We lost our Zoom.
Oh, we lost Zoom? They're going to attach to the poles.
So the pre-existing utility poles that are here, they would not be added poles. Sorry, I could read the letter, couldn't I?
No.
And the ugly ones I'm talking about are attached to existing wood poles.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, well, there's something I heard about, at least with some of the companies, that they are proposing to certain towns that won't allow those type of things, that there's a type of satellite or dish that they have that's similar to a tree. It looks like it would look like a tree, but I'm not sure if that's what they're going with. I was just saying.
If you can do it in good taste, I'm all for new technology, but that's what we have to press for. We did not. Now, we've sent the ordinance over to Pepco because you remember when they came and double polled us and put in the big giant tall poles, cut them, stopped us from getting to our houses for a couple of days. When I talked to the guy over there, he's like, oh, we're putting these in so that the 5G people can come and put 5G in. They're all excited about all the 5G or whatever. So I told him at the time, like, well, you know, we have an ordinance that you guys need to follow up.
Added to our wooden towers.
When they say 5G, they're like, oh, I want.
Yeah, right, exactly. So Mr. Barr had a comment.
I was just going to say, Mayor, that they come in all sorts of boxes and cylinders. They can look like they're part of the pole on top of mounted right on top of the pole, a cylinder mounted on top of it. They can look like a transformer. It comes on, they all come on all different shapes and sizes. The actual towers. And without any control on aesthetics, as the mayor has said, we're going to have a profusion of installations here that not going to be looking good.
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping for and wishing that the state would have stepped up and said, you know, that they need to collaborate, that when they're putting this stuff in, that if they could have done something like they did with all of the phone companies through Verizon, where Verizon is the carrier, so we don't have all these multiple wires coming through, and you pay Verizon as sending it in. But I don't know who was paying who, but we couldn't get that done. So anyway, my point here was to just bring it up so you guys can start to look at it, and then we can see if we can get a meeting. All right. Next item is this police car. Now, we already voted for the purchase of the police car to spend the money. But from what I had recalled, it was the electric car. We said a fully electric car. So I suggest that the chief really would like to do the hybrid instead of the fully electric, because the fully electric is a small car, not capable of some of the things that he would want to be doing. And, but I told him that he should bring the subject back to the council to talk about it. And I hope you're capable of telling us.
He gave you a memo.
Gave you a memo, all right.
All right, I understand. I understand that the original idea or concept was to purchase an all-electric vehicle for the police fleet. Chief Stone and I did have conversations about the practicality of it. Yes, while it's good for the environment, it's not necessarily good for a patrol vehicle, as Chief Stone says. There are occasions when we do have to carry big items, okay? They're not going to fit in a small electric vehicle. In addition to, it's also a SUV type vehicle. It is all-wheel drive. It's more practical in inclement weather and snow and rain and flood. And like I said, so, and apparently everybody's having problems with manufacturing vehicles. Apparently, Ford is slowing down making the Ford SUVs, which are the black ones that we have, because of a chip problem. And then apparently Chevy has stopped making the Chevy Bolts for right now because there's a battery issue and they catch on fire. So if you don't go for the SUV, then you're probably not going to be able to get the electric car because they're not making it right now. Now, both these vehicles are actually made for police. They're designed or equipped to be police vehicles, okay? And a lot of people ask, what's the difference between a police car and a regular car? And generally, it has better brakes, better cooling system, better electrical system, because the brakes, the cooling system, and the electrical system are what we use most. And so you shouldn't go out and buy a civilian version of a vehicle if you're going to use it for a police car, because the warranty won't be covered under warranty. Once you say it's a police car, the warranty's gone. And so that leaves you to the point right now is I did not know there was a problem with the batteries for the Chevy Bolts, you know, and I saw that in the chief's memo. I've heard on the news about the problems with the chips, and I never really thought it would affect me, but I guess it does now. But like I said, so the question is if we don't place the order for the Ford SUV, then we may not be able to get that either.
The Ford SUV, is that the hybrid?
Yeah, that's a hybrid. And the hybrid is, it has a gas engine in it, but also has the batteries in it. And so it generally runs on batteries most of the time. When the battery starts to run down, the gas in the engine kicks in and charges the batteries up or provides additional, power when needed.
And is it, so there's two different kinds of hybrids that I've been.
Right. I don't know. I don't know if it's a plug-in hybrid,
right,
or if it's just the first generation hybrid.
Yeah. I kind of think that's important in my mind, because the first generation, which was basically your batteries charging your engine battery.
Right. The engine charges the batteries when they start to get down. Right. Yeah.
those are not as efficient as the ones that you plug in. So anyway, I accept thoughts. I mean, the point the chief's making, because we said electric, is that the car is not feasible for what he needs to do. And then when he did find one that could potentially work, they're having this battery burn-up problem. So.
Originally, I thought we had the idea for the all electric for our code enforcement, seeing as when you want police to respond to something in a manner, you would want them to do it in the most effective way. And I would feel like an all electric car may not have the, I don't know, just speed. I know my brother drives a hybrid himself. So when he's on the highway and everyone's passing him, he's upset because he's like, why did I get this? But overall, I can definitely say I understand the police idea and the conflict with that purchase. I personally believe that it would be smart to supply our police with what they need to protect and service as best as possible.
All right. Anybody else have any thoughts that you want to share?
So just to help remind me, so the white vehicle that the chief is driving now is an all gas vehicle.
Right.
That would go over to Officer Chavez and we would junk or we would sell the sedan?
Yes, no, maybe. Okay. Right now is the chief's vehicle is white, it's unmarked. Okay. The idea is that you want to have marked police vehicles out there. So more than likely is what I would have, it's not binding on the chief, but what I would recommend if you go with the hybrid SUV is to order in black. That way it can be marked like the ones we already have. And then that would go on the street to Officer Chavez or whoever the chief decided to give.
So the hybrid vehicle would go to one of our patrolling officers and the chief would remain with the white gas vehicle we have now?
Yes.
Ah, I thought that this was being purchased for the chief. That's initially when we talked about it being electric. He said, well, I'm not really out there patrolling, so it doesn't matter.
If they were going to go with the all electric car, like the Chevy Bolt then the chief would have taken that. Okay. But is due to
research.
For the chief, basically you go from here and there, every place. That would be practical until he has to carry something big. And for the officers, it's like an SUV would be more practical because of it's more comfortable. We can carry more stuff in it, more equipment in it, all the stuff that we carry. And I believe the chief's intent is that if a new vehicle is purchased, that will go on the line to an officer.
So the reason I think all of our conversations circled around it being the chief is because we were talking about all electric, which we knew wasn't going to be a feasible vehicle for a police officer. And I guess what I'm hearing now is that by us choosing to purchase something more feasible for a police officer, it's more likely it would go to an officer. Right. And the chief would continue in his vehicle.
Right. Whoever would get the new vehicle, it would replace the black Impala.
I mean, I would want it to replace.
Well, the black Impala would become like a backup vehicle, and whatever car was filtered down would then be on the street.
And or usable by the part-time officer that we've been talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would prefer it to be used by whomever is using the most mileage right now. That's the goal, is to, have something more energy efficient. My remarks would be let the police do what they feel is best for what they need. And we, as long as it's within the financial limits that we've provided already.
Just, we talked about disposing of the other police cars, and I just wanted to follow up and see what the progress on that. And maybe, so so far we have, how many police cars do we have so far, and why do we need to buy another one?
If you include the code enforcement vehicle, which is the Crown Vic, and the Impala that are sitting out in the parking lot, I believe we got 6, do we not?
We have 4, yeah, that'd be 6. Okay, you have 4 assigned to the 4 police officers, chief, myself, and 2 other officers. The Crown Vic, which is not reasonable or practical for a patrol vehicle due to its age and its condition. And the white Impala, which is a spare car. So in other words, the car breaks down, needs maintenance. I come to work, I still have to drive something. So we have to have a spare car. And the idea is any new vehicle that we put in the fleet, then eventually the white Impala, and I believe there was some talk about that would be transferred over to as an administrative car for the town or something like that. Basically, the police equipment would be taken out of that and probably have it painted or something like that, and it would be available for the mayor, council, other administrative people to use.
Mm-hmm. So the cars that we agreed to let go of, those are gone, right? So
yeah, and then
2 of those, 2, right? We talked about
2 are
2
gone,
cars.
plus the
2 are
pickup
gone.
truck.
Uh-huh.
And
I'm sorry, Mr. Baden, if you can update us. Was that nonprofit organization who
Yes.
came in? Okay, got it.
Yeah, we offered it to our community organizations that we have relationships with, and none
Right.
of them were interested.
Uh-huh.
So we gave them to Melwood, and they got $1,100 for the truck and below $500 for each of the other 2 vehicles.
How much?
Below 500, less than 500. They don't, if it's less than 500, they don't even tell you what it went for. So they just said it was less than 500, and then the truck went for 1,100. So basically they weren't worth much.
Mm-hmm.
So we are left with,
I'm sorry?
What are we left with? I haven't looked out there.
The Crown Vic.
And the Crown Vic is not the old code inspector's car.
It is the old.
It is the old code
inspector's car. A Chevy Impala, which was an old police vehicle, and then the 4 that the officers and chief are using now.
So we have 2 surplus cars.
Yep.
At the moment. And so if we buy this car, we would effectively have 3 surplus cars, and we're proposing that one of those would be.
Actually, the white Impala should not be considered as a surplus car. It's a spare car, or what we refer to as a pool car. In the event that one of our cars breaks down and needs maintenance or something like that, is when we come to work, we still have to have something to drive. If my car's in the shop and I come to work, I'm not going to drive my car around.
Yeah. I'm in favor of you guys having a spare car. What pricks up my concern is why do the council and mayor need a car? I don't know why we need to maintain a car.
Generally,
we all have our own cars.
But most governments do have at least one vehicle available for elected officials, for other employees. If someone from the office staff needed to go someplace, there's a vehicle. That way they don't have to use their own personal car. If you needed to make a trip someplace and you didn't want to take your car, then the town's own vehicle is actually there available for you to do that.
Yeah, I understand the concept. I'm just not.
I mean, like I said, most small, or I can't say that it's common to have a vehicle available for town employees to use when they need it.
Yep. So you'll have the option of what you want to do with the other 2 if you authorize this one.
Yeah, I'm tired, and I would like to have that discussion.
We don't have to have that discussion right now.
No, I just think it's a valuable discussion to have.
I'm good with that ultimately. Yeah.
And I think that there's still a long lead time even on the hybrid, is there not?
Right. It is right now for the hybrid. It says Chief Stone specifically wrote a safer recall was issued in August for the Chevrolet Bolts due to battery fires. Production has stopped until the issue is resolved.
That's the Bolt, but the Ford.
But that's the all electric.
That's the Chevy Bolt. Chevy actually was trying to do the right thing and come out with what they call a police package all electric vehicle. And because of, I'm guessing, this is probably just my guess, because of the increased electrical demands on it, is somehow the batteries are not sufficient for that. Okay, and I guess they're catching on fire. So Chevy says, we're not going to sell these anymore until we figure out what the problem is. So even if you wanted one, until Chevy says we're going to sell one, you're not going to get it.
but that's the all electric. I think Dan's,
Right, that's
Dan's
the all
question,
electric.
right?
Okay.
Dan's question was around the hybrid. If we had to wait for that.
You're gonna take to get the hybrid?
October, maybe.
October.
It's what the
and
memo says.
And about this
Why
time
do you
of
keep
year,
wanting me to read things, Dan? What are you?
Talk it through.
About this time of year, it's you got to get your order in because all the larger agencies that they will buy these cars up and then when it's time when you want to look for one, is well we don't have one because they want the big orders. They want the $100, $200, $200 fleet orders because that's big money. Is they kind of look as well, okay, we'll do you a favor and sell you one.
Mm. Okay, so the motion, what we need to do tonight is just approve the purchase of this vehicle.
Do we really need to purchase the vehicle? Well, I'm just like hearing we have a lot of cars, we have spare cars, we have fewer employees now with people leaving. We can use that spare car as a backup.
It's not a backup. We're not buying a backup car. We're actually buying a car for an officer. Whatever we do with these other two cars are not capable of serving our police officers on anything but a temporary situation or scenario, not full-time regular. So we're not buying an extra car. We're literally buying the cars, and then we can decide what we want to do.
We have 2 extra cars, right?
We have 2 extra cars that are not capable of being police cars for a regular basis.
Were they police cars before?
They're
Have they?
Was both of them one of them? One of them was a code enforcement car, right?
I believe at one time they were both actually police cars when they were purchased brand new.
Right.
But is right now the Crown Vic out there is rather old. It's at least, I'm going 10, 15 years old. The white Impala out there is, I think, a 2007. So they're getting rather old. They have a high mileage on them. There's some maintenance issues, and I personally would not drive the Crown Vic. If you told me to, I would tell you, no, I'm not going to drive it. And if I saw it on the street, I would probably pull it over, deadline it, and tow it.
So we should do something as a town. We should deal with them. We either sell them or again do the same thing we did with other cars and not invest any more money in them.
We are not really investing money in them right now. The cost that they're definitely causing us, of course, would be that they're insured, but they're not being driven unless and they absolutely are necessary to be driven.
But if the officer just said he would personally stop the car because it would be in violation of so many things.
That's the one car, right? Because it is, in my opinion, it's not safe to be on the street. The Impala can be, does it have maintenance issues? Yes. Do you really want to spend all that money to fix all those problems? No. That's why it's a spare car, a pool car for when, if I have to have my oil changed, or if, something else goes wrong in the car, when I come to work, I can still get that spare car, the pool car, and be on patrol. Okay. Without a pool car, if one of the 4 other vehicles we have breaks down.
I understand. We use our personal cars. I use my personal car to go to courts and get compensated for it by the mileage. So this is what we can do as a town. We can compensate. If you need to take town-related trips on a personal car, you just get per mileage rate point.
Okay, that's fine for you, but we're talking about officers on patrol. My vehicle, my personal truck, is not an emergency vehicle. I am not going to run priority or emergency lights and sirens to anybody's house in my personal truck because number 1, it's not insured for that. And number 2, it's not an emergency vehicle under the laws of the state of Maryland. That's why we have marked police cars. Right. They have red lights and sirens. They are authorized by the state of Maryland to act as emergency vehicles. Okay. When we come to work as police officers, we need emergency vehicles to operate. Okay. It's not that we're going to keep the car forever. Once the other car comes in, eventually is the town can decide to do with it whatever they want. They can sell it, they can fix it, whatever they want to do with it. Okay, what we're saying is we need a car.
Right, I understand.
Because the black Impala is starting to have a lot of maintenance issues too.
4 other police officers who have their own cars, and if one breaks down, breaks down, all you do, you share the cars. That's how I see it. That's why that would be wise, that would be sustainable, that would be smart. Carpooling, we always emphasize that. Why can't we share police cars? If there's one breaks down, there's still 3 left.
Because then you're operating a vehicle up to 20 hours a day.
Well, also the vehicles, the officers have take-home vehicles, and that's part of a benefit they have. So you wouldn't be able to share a vehicle and still offer that same benefit to the employees unless you take that benefit away from all of them.
And if I can, I think, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but I think that Chief said that the computer systems in the car, are they dedicated to each of the cars?
No, they can be moved.
You can pop that in and out. Okay.
It's the radio that is assigned to the car. Okay, and what it does when if I use the radio in the car, if I key up, is the county dispatcher automatically knows it's me and knows what car it is.
Yeah, I mean, well, I feel like we had a really lengthy conversation about this during the budget time about what we needed to do, and the decisions were made to get rid of certain cars and things like that. And we voted that we're going to get the car. There's certain matters that can't be worked around. Is the benefit of the take-home car is so prevalent across municipalities that to not have that benefit is to not have police. They will not come. We already have a challenge with the type of insurance that pension that we're offering, which is already putting us in a questionable space. So you actually have to always look at the competitiveness of who you are in whatever business you're in with whomever it is that you want to bring in your employment base. But I think the conversation about getting a car is something that we've already had and heard from the chief before about why it's needed, and the same things that the sergeant is talking about right now, and about there just has to be a spare car for police. Now, I'm welcome to go into additional conversation at a later date about whether we keep the other car, but this we need to do. I don't see another way around.
So to be clear, the chief would keep his white SUV, Mr. Merritt and Sergeant would keep their black SUVs. The new hybrid would go to Chavez. Or to one of you. Let me just walk you through the scenario. So the cars would all be assigned to somebody.
Yes.
But the hybrid would not be assigned to the chief. So then we would have 4 SUV vehicles, one of them being a hybrid. And then the car that presently Officer Chavez is driving would be pressed into service as a spare.
Right.
And then we have these other cars that we're talking about.
Right.
So yeah, I'm hearing all of this. For me, I agree that we talked this through. I think that for me, as I said earlier, the bigger conversation is, as you pointed out, council member, I think we need to have a conversation about whether we need a car. I don't need a car. I don't think the council and mayor need a car, but you guys need a car. You need dependable cars. So that's just my thinking. But I think if we do this purchase, I think we need to have a serious conversation about what's left and what we need to do with it. Whether or not our elected officials deserve the benefit of having a car to take somewhere. I'm as a citizen, not as a council member, but just as a citizen, I'm kind of like, what? What? I'm less concerned about the police. Am I making sense to everybody? Okay. Yeah, I have some objections too, but not to this purchase. Melinda, you're sitting over there awfully quiet. She just wants to go home.
So just to be clear, and I have no objection to this, we can put that conversation on the next work session about the other spare car. Okay, all fair on that one?
We're good. We're good to go for it, man.
Okay, so if we are able to move forward, can we get a motion to allow for the police to choose a hybrid vehicle within the funds we've already?
Sorry, just to clarify. So I understand that now the car is more expensive. Is that the amount of money? Did we allocate this amount of money, or do we need to do more?
No, it should be fine.
Enough?
Chief Stone asked me about that, and I believe the we said we would lease the vehicle so that we could get the tax differential on the tax bill. So if we lease it for 4 years, we get the full differential. So that saves the residents, some money on their tax bill. And I believe the purchase was based on up to a $52,000 vehicle. And I believe this is the Ford is priced at 38 plus 8 to equip is 46,420. So it should be within the limits, but it will be at least. And I was going to let Chief Stone know, but before he goes and actually purchases it, we need to have the vehicle ID number, the price, the quote, and what the cost for upfitting is to send over the leasing company to get that approved.
Okay.
So the overall expenditure is 46,420, and we would receive some version of a rebate, or what were you saying about?
So we get on the tax differential by us leasing vehicles. If you lease or purchase a vehicle in a year, you get a differential off your county tax rate. I think I went through that at budget, and I'll be more than happy to bring that up again. But so you do get some credit. So instead of buying the vehicle outright, which we got surplus money and could possibly do, if we lease it over 4 years, we will get the differential, or the residents will get the differential on their tax bill for that component of the formula. So that's the reason we're leasing it versus purchasing it.
That makes sense.
Right. So if someone wants to go home, we're looking forward to a motion.
Is the motion for this specific Ford model? Because what you voiced was that we're authorizing the police to buy a hybrid vehicle, but are we motioning for this specific Ford?
I would prefer to, I personally prefer we leave it open. I mean, I don't know whether we have to get the devil's in the details when people have to make decisions. They might have to change their mind because of some reason. I think what's critical to us is that it's a hybrid, at least, so that we're not just doing another gas guzzler.
So we're not motioning for the hybrid 2021 Ford SUV Police Interceptor. We're motioning for
I would just say a Ford SUV hybrid police vehicle, and then he might find a 2022 out there that's, I don't even know if 22s are probably being manufactured now. He might find something else within the limits.
He might find something other than a Ford.
So I'll make a motion.
I think Ford is the only one that's offering the hybrid SUV for police service. I don't think Dodge is doing it.
Well, that's fine. I mean, it's fine, whichever way. I'm just like, I don't know why we have to go down to the level of saying exactly what the something is.
Yeah, but another question, why are we buying a new car? Why aren't we buying a used car?
Why would we?
They're cheaper. They will save us money.
You don't want to use police vehicle. Have you ever seen how they use them? They sit there idling for, the whole time they're on shifts. I mean, you don't want to use police vehicle.
Well, you buy used Ford, but then you retrofit it with police equipment. Right?
If that's what you all want to do, I would not
I'm
recommend.
just like thinking, I'm just like throwing ideas out there because we're just buying a lot of toys, I feel like. Toys
I just can't think that
pick which one you want to pick,
I mean, I just don't think that buying your police vehicles is toys. I just it's just like public works. I mean, they have to have something that can be lasting. It can handle all of the quick short stops and the idling and the long term. And what we do is we prolong the cost of something by having something used. We'll keep it for as long as it's useful, but I'm just not seeing that. And I'm definitely one who would promote for buying to use something.
For me, it's as simple as much as we call on the police, we should be able to provide them with the stuff that they pull up in when we call on them. We should be able to give them something that they feel proud to be inside of and they feel like they're doing the most effective work to be inside of. So at any point, I don't feel like buying something new for you all is bad. For you to feel good to come work for this town.
Yeah, just give you an idea, over University Park, none of their vehicles are over 8 years old. When they get to that, they have 8 police officers. And so at the end of the 8th year, they buy a new vehicle. They buy one every year and it just rolls off. So they basically have one vehicle for each person. It saves on maintenance costs because newer vehicles don't cost much in maintenance. And, you know, the program seems to work. So, you know, older vehicles, the Impala, we just put a couple $1,000s in June, I believe, right before the end of the fiscal year. You all authorize additional money for that. So, you know, I see that will keep happening. I mean, if you look at our buses, you know, they're old, they got a lot of miles, and, you know, we're putting $4,000 or $5,000 into those, you know, all the time now. So, you know, I think we end up probably saving in the long run if, you know, you buy the newer vehicles versus used.
And hadn't Chavez's car been down once already in the last couple of months? Well, whose car was down? Was it?
Yes.
Yeah, where we had.
And it actually still does need some additional work done to it.
Right, it is truly a spare car and probably.
It should be a spare car.
Right. Mhm. Should be. Anyway, yes, Mr. Barr.
Police car is not a street car. Police officer you want the best vehicle you can find. Protect your officer. Enable your officer to do their job. Give parsimonious about it. Really have to spend money to protect your officer. The idea to me, police officer driving something that is other than a guard vehicle, capable of protecting him or her at all times, providing them with speed and mobility and agility that is necessary in the operation of the police is dangerous. It's dangerous to the town, and it's dangerous to each member of the town. Chief, if we put our employees, our police officers, in positions where they will be injured, or possibly injure others, with the lack of proper vehicle for the purpose, that we are going to be liable. That's why there's.
Thank you, Mr. Barr.
Thank you.
All right. Where are we going with this? I'm tired.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to, for our Colmar Manor Police Department to purchase a Ford, I'm sorry, a SUV hybrid in the allotted amount budgeted for.
Is there a second?
Councilman Harden, well, second that.
Okay, I'll call for a vote. Ward 1.
Aye.
Ward 2.
Aye.
Ward 3.
I want to compliment Councilmember Hobbs's intentions, which are to always hold this town and this body responsible to explore everything that we can to use the money of our citizens and our taxpayers in a responsible manner. And I would also like to thank her for those questions, because with every answer that she was given, I was further edified and educated on how it is that this town operates. I don't mind long discussions about important things. They matter and they help us do our jobs. Thank you. I vote yes.
Thank you. Ward 4.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. Thank you. All right, so the last thing that we need to deal with is this bond bill thing. Mr. Baden, you want to explain what it is that we need to do and why?
All right, so I passed out to everyone emergency ordinance 2021-07. Mr. Barr and I had a conversation with the attorney who was involved with the closing or consulting the state on the Maryland infrastructure bond program. And, you know, as I said at the last meeting, you know, there's going to be various paperwork and things that we have to prepare in order to go forward with the borrowing. And there's still decisions we need to make as far as term and things like that. So, but based on the deadlines the state has set, they plan to go forward with the bond issuance in November, in the middle of November. And in order to do that, we have to have our ordinance approved before October 21st. Yeah, well, it's October 14th, but they said they could push it to October 21st. So backing up from those dates, I calculated based on their meetings, if we don't have special meetings and everything, when do we need to take certain action? So based on that, we would need to introduce this as an emergency ordinance, which means that once it's passed, it becomes effective on that date and there is no referendum. So if we introduce it tonight as an emergency ordinance, after it's introduced, you have to have a public hearing 10 days after it's introduced. So that would be on our next meeting on October the 5th. So we could have a public hearing at that work session if you introduce it tonight. We could discuss it further at that meeting, decide on the some of the provisions that they actually have in here, because you all are just seeing this for the first time and it is a large document. And then we could adopt it at the October 12th town meeting, which would be 2 days before they want it. They want it on by October 14th, October 21st at the latest. So unless we have any other meetings after October 12th, that would be the last meeting that we would have to adopt it. It needs to be in effect by the 14th or the 21st. So therefore, we don't have time to do it as a regular ordinance. So that is why we're asking it to be done as an emergency ordinance. The ordinance itself is basically, authorize the town to go out and borrow the monies that we're talking about. And as you go through this, I'll highlight a couple points. So in the middle of the first page, you'll see a Roman numeral 1. It says that, well, actually, like the fourth line down, they're stating that the amount's $2,150,000. We just saw this at 4 o'clock today. That amount should be $2 million. So, we don't need any more than that. Our current outstanding loan is $1,960,000. So we have to pay off the existing loan when we refinance this, and then we have to pay closing costs on this loan. The closing costs shouldn't be more than about $30,000. So 1,960,000 plus 30 is 1,990,000 or whatever. So $2 million is plenty to put as the cap on the loan. Under Roman numeral 1 in the middle of the page, it says that the financing or refinancing is for refunding outstanding general obligation bonds held with SunTrust Bank issued in 2013. So that is the purpose of which we're doing it. And then they also add funding a portion of a capital reserve fund and paying issuance and other costs. So, the amount of the refinance of the existing bonds, $1,960,000. Item 3 is the issuance cost, probably $30,000 or so. And then to fund a portion of a capital reserve fund. It's something that's done within the state itself. I don't fully understand it, but I'll be more than happy to ask a representative from the CDA to be at our meeting on the 5th to answer any questions that I can't answer or don't know the full understanding of what that is. At the bottom of page 2, The last whereas clause gives you the reason for it being an emergency ordinance. Basically, we have, in order to obtain these rates, we need to get the paperwork done, in a timely manner, and there's not time in order to do a regular ordinance. Therefore, that provides the emergency portion. The bottom of page 3, item D, states a maximum rate that we would agree to in the maximum number of years. This is something we still need to determine. So, we probably will not have this discussion until the night of the 5th. As of now, it says that we'll issue bonds at a rate not to exceed 3.5%. I mean, our current bond is 3.12, so I would not agree to a 3.5% rate because we've already got something less than that. And a maturity of 15 years, we've discussed, mayor says 15, I suggest 12. There's, you can do it somewhere in between, so we still need discussion on that. And what finally gets put into this resolution as far as the rates and the term and the amounts, you agree, and I'll show you later, you agree to, after this is adopted, to allow the mayor to tweak that as we get closer to settlement date. So, this is basically giving her limits up to which she could take action. But in the end, there's going to be a final document that's signed that you are giving her the authority by this resolution to sign as we get close to the settlement date. So for the approval of the resolution or the ordinance, full council would need to sign it. But, let's skip to page 4, item G. And then towards the end of item G, it says right before the small I, the mayor, final approval by the administration. Accordingly, the mayor and town council is specifically authorized to make changes to the aggregate principal amount of the bond in order to reflect the final aggregate principal amount of the loan not to exceed, it's going to be $2 million as approved by the administration and accepted by the issuer, and 2, to authorize and approve an interest rate or rates and payment schedule reflecting the principal and interest payments with respect to the bonds, but not to exceed the maximum total interest. So that's what I'm saying. You're going to give her the authority up to a certain limit to make that, to authorize that.
I will always communicate with you guys.
Right, and you're only going to give her the max amount that you're going to allow. Hopefully it'll be something less, but you're going to, allow up to X amount of percentage rate, X amount of principal, and X amount of term, number of years. So if you only wanted to do 12, then you're only give her authority up to 12. If you're going to give her 10, you're going to give her 10. If you're going to say, well, if you think 15 is a better deal, then we'll give you authority for 15. So you don't give her any more authority. And if the interest rate is, say you won't go more than 2.75%, she can't sign anything more than the 2.75. So it'll become clear as we, look at, what those rates are and things like that. We have more discussion, but just want to let you know, you're giving her the authority to make the final decision within parameters set by you. Anything else? At the bottom of page 5, section 4, prepayment. I believe Councilmember Bowles had asked, what the prepayment provisions are. It says it as stated in another document, but I did ask Charlie Day with the Community Development Authority what the prepayment provision is. It says you cannot prepay it. So, whatever you're agreed to, these bonds are being put out to, it's a total of $38 million, I think, in bonds from 12 different jurisdictions. And, they are buying them based on them being outstanding for the full term. So, I do know there are ways you can get around to it if you really direly need to, but they tell you can't. But if you cry loud enough, they'll do it. And the rest of it's a lot of boilerplate, but I did want to point out those provisions in there, and that we still got a lot of work to do on this. And I will ask for someone from the CDA to, I guess, probably be available on Zoom for the work session on the 5th if you all introduce it tonight. So that's all I had. John, did you? No, I don't. Yes, the only thing we need to do tonight is introduce.
So not a motion, it's just introduction. Are we motioning to introduce this?
You need a motion to introduce it, yeah.
Yes.
Correct. The
Yeah.
motion to introduce emergency ordinance 2021-07.
Because then we have to have a public hearing before going for adoption and a vote. So there's an opportunity to read through it carefully. If you have any thoughts or concerns or anything like that that you want to bring up. I presume this is pre-drafted language from somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They allowed us to, they put in the emergency ordinance provision this afternoon after we talked to them and said that's the only way we'd be able to get this adopted by the dates they wanted.
Okay. So the one thing I will say on this document, if we go to page 10, and I know Mr. Barr is going to take the document itself and put it into our format, but on page 10, it only has the adopt instead of the introduction. It's normally both when the ordinances.
Yeah, and we got that.
Mayor, I've already got the language changed.
Oh, okay. Okay, so just wanted to make sure that because that's what we're doing is introducing it.
Right, and then we would have signature for everyone with me attesting to all the signatures.
Okay, so that means even before the hearing, if we don't do signatures on adoption, do we? We just do, I mean, we don't do signatures on introduction, we just do it on adoption.
We don't do signatures at all. Nothing gets signed on this form tonight. It doesn't get signed until we approve it.
Adopted.
Adopted.
Right, that's what I was saying. That would be at that time. This is just the vote where we'll note the date that it was introduced.
Yep, that's it. Now it could be discussed at any future meetings, and as we have to have a public hearing before it's passed. So the hearing will be on the 5th, and we'll advertise it for next Thursday's newspaper.
All right. Y'all need to ask him anything?
No. Anyone have any questions?
Correct. Well, let me take that back. If you, because you then need, after you introduce it, you need 10 days to have a hearing.
After that public hearing, can't make any amendments to the ordinance because you have to take it back to public hearing. And in that case, in this window, in this particular bond. So everything, unfortunately, is being pushed.
It feels very fast. So introducing it tonight does not prevent us from
No.
Introducing it just allows us to schedule the hearing and everything. You're not approving anything at all by introducing it.
The only thing that we're doing by introducing it is requiring us to do a hearing. It's, we wouldn't, that's saying we need to take that to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
At what point will it be posted for the council? At what point will it be posted for the citizens review?
Tomorrow.
It'll immediately be on our website tomorrow? Okay.
It would be in the format that you see here, but I would not post it until after we clean this up a little bit.
Well, how long does that have to take? So, I mean, can't that be done tomorrow?
Well, it's not being put out in the newspaper until next Thursday. So I would say it'll be available next Thursday because that's when it's officially being published. So
I don't know. This is just something that we've had a different opinion about. To me, once we introduce something, we should be presenting it to the public because we've introduced it in a public meeting, and that's the point when they should have a chance to see it. The only reason why we're not going into the newspaper until next week is because we're going into a newspaper that you can only get into once a week. And if we were doing our notification, which would be modern notification, like through emails, then it would be going out right away. So we have some opportunity to at least put it on our website for it to be viewed as soon as the language is fixed. I think that's what we should do. That's just me.
And potentially notify the citizens that they can find it on the website and send them the link.
Yep, that's that's the position I hold on these two things.
So you understand that this is not new debt.
I understand.
The town is refinancing the existing debt.
Understood. Understood. If I were married to someone and they went and refinanced my house that I co-owned with them and they didn't tell me, I'd be pretty angry about that, even if it was a good deal. I want the citizens.
No, I just want to make sure you understood.
I fully understand that. Thank you.
Yeah, if you're going to make this available as is, I would say approve it, introduce it with $2 million as the amount instead of $2,150,000. And then once we get those changes into the document, that could be ready tomorrow for anyone to see. Because I don't want to publish it with $2,150,000 because I don't.
That's not.
We don't need that.
We don't need that. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, I would definitely say you pointed out something very significant that needs to change, and that the introduction includes that.
Then the rest of the interest rate and the time period, I mean, we can leave it as is and then make those changes after the hearing on the 5th. But we do need to make a decision. Well, you need to make a decision by the 12th. So, you could talk about it on the 5th, hopefully come to some agreement. If not, then discuss it again on the 12th, finalize it and adopt it.
And the hearing is going to be what, the 5th? Okay. Which would go in the paper next Thursday.
So that'd be more than 10 days. I think it's 12 days.
But it can't go in the paper this Thursday?
Deadlines.
Oh, that deadline's passed, right, exactly, right. Problem, right, deadline's passed. Yeah.
Yep, so that's all I got.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to introduce emergency ordinance number 2021-07.
2 million.
At $2 million.
Is there a second?
Okay.
Councilmember Harden will second that motion.
All right, any discussion?
I think Colmar Manor practice. Number the ordinance first with the no, then with the number, and then with the even. That's something we can change.
That's a technicality.
Before that.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call for a vote. Ward 1?
Aye.
Ward 2?
Aye.
Ward 3?
Aye.
Ward 4?
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. All right. Thank you all so much for a very in-depth meeting. I think we've covered a lot. Heard from some residents reasonably, heard from some business owners, and appreciate y'all's work and contribution, everything.
Wait, we didn't do the minutes.
We didn't approve the minutes
We
and
did?
we didn't pledge allegiance to the flag.
Oh, we
skipped over
did
to-
pledge. Oh my God, I missed that.
We didn't do approval of minutes. did we?
We didn't do the minutes. Oh my God, how did I skip over the minutes?
That's not so fast.
Huh? I didn't make any notes on it though. So.
We didn't make any notes and we didn't vote. And you know who's got some corrections.
Well,
We didn't get those back.
I was gonna say you guys had it. You had it for a minute.
We didn't get those back before the meeting, Abby, the changes?
No, I know, I'm a bad boy. I'm a
Ah,
bad boy, but
oh my
I do
God.
compliment you for responding to the council's request.
Yeah, well, why don't we table whichever ones you want changes on? We'll do them at the next meeting.
What? I do not want to table. Build up any additional set of minutes. We can make the motion and put down the notes for the changes.
My changes are, I think we could motion them with the changes
Yes.
that I'm suggesting.
The only thing is that, I mean, and the reason why it's even a comment about it is because there's been times when we've made changes to what the minutes are at the meeting in a vote, but then they never make it to the actual document. So not that that should need to be missed. I think, Mr. Baton, if you were to state what page and what paragraph that change is in the notes that you give so that it can be really clear what change you
Am I the
made.
only one with changes?
Do you have them written out? Do you have them on your documents?
I
mean,
can
is it-
tell them to you right now.
Well, I mean, can you just give me those after you say what they are, and then I could just
Oh,
use that
absolutely. I can
as
send
the,
you my copy with
yeah,
the
that way I
changes.
don't have to
Yeah.
cross out or whatever.
Okay, so July 6th, under the discussion on charter amendments, if I were someone in the future wanting to understand what happened, I can make sense of all three charter amendments except section 701 appointing officers. I would suggest a small refinement on what that change would be. I understand mayor suggesting change of publication. I understand mayor wants to change elections to October. Appointing officers seems rather general, and I would suggest refining that. So that's all for that one. For July 13th, on page 3, I may have actually said this, I can't recall, but the AFA meeting is September 23rd, not July 23rd. That's a small change. And that's all I have for that. On August 10th, we have gotten in the habit of calling Mr. Pluntke Mr. Plunkett, but his name is P-U-L-N-T-K-E. So it's not Plunkett, it's Pluntke.
Is it?
How do you say it?
Well, that's how most of my Polish friends say their name. How he says it, I don't know, but P-L-U-N-T-K-E. So I don't see any way to pronounce that Plunkett unless it's an exception to every language rule I've ever seen. Maybe he says Plunkett, but that's not how he spells it. So P-L-U-N-T-K-E. If you want to check me, check his email. And when he was on earlier, I think that's how it was spelled on here. My next question on August 10th. It says here, the mayor offered that the town will work on a resolution to establish the Hispanic Outreach Committee as a formal committee of the town. We seem to be moving forward as if it is. Did that, I don't recall us ever actually having a resolution. Do we have a resolution to create that?
No. That was the thing that Monica was talking about, and that was the thing that I apologized to her about in the beginning of bringing that forward with her, was to say, I apologize that I had sent that to her yet.
Okay, I guess.
I moved forward with her speaking because I just thought it was appropriate.
Absolutely. So the resolution will include not just the creation, will it also include similar language to a bylaws and discuss how the organization works and all of that, or does the committee form separately, a separate set of bylaws?
Yeah, they usually do that themselves after we've created the, after we've actually resolutioned the group, is to come up with those things of their own.
And then they'll submit those to us.
They will submit
Okay,
those.
we'll approve that. Okay. So everywhere that you see Mr. Flunky's name, just replace it. It occurs twice on the first page. And then something that is said here, I misspoke that night. If you want to make this change, it was corrected that night. Under town code codification, Councilmember Bowles had preliminary estimates of 8 to 10. I believe I first said 8 to 10, but Mr. Baden corrected me. And I checked my notes and confirmed that it was 9 to 12,000. So, or it might have even been 9 to 15, but 8 to 10 was an underestimate. So I believe it was 9 to 12 is what my memory is. That's it.
Okay, so is there a motion to accept the minutes from July 6th, July 13th, and August the 10th with the changes that have been proposed by Councilmember Bowles?
Councilmember Harding makes a motion to accept the work session minutes from, where's the other one? I just lost it. August 10th, July 13th. What's the other day, guys?
July 6th.
July 6th, with the suggested changes from Councilmember Bowles.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. Councilmember Mendoza.
And I'll call for a vote. Would one? Oh, any discussion further? Okay, what
Thank
one?
you, Councilmember Bowles.
Yes,
Thank you, Councilmember. Aye.
Ward 2?
Aye.
Ward 3?
I have confirmed PLUNTKE is correct by looking at his Pinterest profile, and I say yes.
Ward 4?
Yes. Oh, aye. Sorry.
If we've been pronouncing your name wrong
How do you
for
say
so
it, though?
long, I am so
I have
apologize.
never heard him say his name.
The mayor
just
votes
say
aye.
I never say his last name because I don't even want to.
The only thing I have someone on my view.
Okay.
Last name is over.
Can I make the motion?
Yes.
Can I make, Councilmember Harding makes a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I second it, Councilmember Hobbs.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, this meeting is now adjourned. First one ever without
Thank
the
you.